All right. Calling to order Historic Landmarks Commission, December 3rd, 2025. All right. Let's start with roll call.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I will begin with Chair Grumbine.
Present.
Vice Chair Uli is not here yet. Commissioner Butler.
Here.
Commissioner Dorden.
Here.
Commissioner Drury.
Here.
Commissioner Ensberg.
Present.
Commissioner Lenvik.
Yes, here.
Commissioner Lodge.
Here.
And Commissioner McClure.
Here.
We have quorum. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. We'll now start with public comment. Any member of the public may address the commission for up to 2 minutes on any subject within our jurisdiction that is not scheduled on this agenda for public discussion. So anyone that wants to comment on something not on our agenda today.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. At this time, I don't have any speaker slips for in-person public comment, though if anyone would like to speak under general that's in the room, you can approach the podium in front of me at this time. Do you want to speak under general public comment?
The Jeff Shelton project is on the agenda.
It is on the agenda today. Well, with that, since no one wants to speak under general, I'm going to move on to virtual participation. If anyone online would like to speak, you can raise your hand at this time. But I'm not seeing any raised hands, so I will acknowledge that we received written correspondence from Arnie Cooper and Kevin Boss and give it back to you.
All right. Thank you. All right. On to item B, approval of the minutes of Historic Landmarks Commission, November 19th, 2025.
So moved. Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Under discussion, are there any edits or discussion? All right, not seeing any. We'll have a roll call vote for approval.
Thank you. I'll begin with Commissioner Butler.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Which one are we doing right now?
Approval of the minutes of November 19th, 2025.
I did have some comments. I was
Okay.
trying to find it here. I do have some comments.
Okay, let's go to them.
Suggested, that is. Thank you. Okay, on page 8, under, this is the Milpas project. This is 518, 524 North Milpas. And I have several suggestions. First of all, number 3, I wasn't clear what this meant. Entry arch to be thicker for the fire truck access. I don't think it was for the access.
Yeah.
Not for, but at.
Two different issues.
At the, okay, Commissioner Landvik, I think you were the one who was talking about that. Could you help?
My comment was that the depth of the wall at the arch should be enhanced, made larger
Okay.
than what we see.
So let's
And
do
the other thing was simply a question of what the height was.
Yeah,
In
to
a
see if it
14
had
foot to
access.
get through, right.
So
yeah.
I don't think it matters so much about the fire truck
No.
height, because they'll have to make it work.
Yeah.
So just thicker, and let's just scratch the fire truck access. Let's
Okay.
just say the entry arch wall depth to be made thicker.
Right, okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, about that, struck me as a design element. I think it's at the base. Wasn't it some sort of an architectural thing? You architects over there?
Yes, and when they come back with it, we'll be able to
Okay, thank you.
scrutinize it and yeah.
Okay,
Yep, Commissioner.
okay, then under the fifth one, on the next page, it says, but would appreciate additional study on the lower roof, especially where the building is tallest. Was
Yeah,
my-
I
just
think
to
that makes more
make it clean it up a little bit, if that
Yeah.
meets with your approval. And then, number 6, and I just wanted to comment about this, because we did have a little bit of a different, we were talking about the, sort of a new idea of bringing a Milpas poetry. So I just want to be sure this
Maybe we
is.
do quotations around Milpas poetry.
Well, I was going to, yes, I like that idea, and I was going to suggest that at the beginning we say, design and incorporate a version of Milpas poetry. A version,
We're still in 6?
yes. So design and incorporate a version of Milpas poetry, and then the rest of it stays the same. And then I was just going to say strike colonial revival, just say expression of Santa Barbara Spanish style.
That's fine. I think we can shorten that, but I don't know about the other.
Well, I'm trying to get to, and you can help me, that we're asking them to design something a little different. That's what we said. That's what I said when we talked last time. Design and incorporate and maybe it can say more Milpas style poetry. Maybe that would be okay.
I think the way it currently reads does have the design element that you're talking about, but it has it in the second part. So incorporate more Milpas poetry by continuing to refine the design so it has strong tie to the Milpas Street expression of Santa Barbara Spanish style.
Okay.
I think that's well said.
All right. Okay. So forget what I just said.
Well, we'll shorten the colonial
Yeah,
revival out of
that's
there.
fine. That's fine.
But I think the design part's there.
Yeah. Okay. And then lastly, on number 10, the plans that have been submitted need to be updated to show the poetry in the watercolor. Period. I don't think it needs all those other words. And
No, because I think our whole point was the watercolor elevations were beautiful and nice and had more detail hinted at than the CAD or Revit or whatever, the computer drawings that were very basic and
Right.
overly simplistic. So I think that was where we were trying to get was make sure that the computer drawings, generated drawings, have the detail and poetry of the watercolor. Don't simplify the watercolor to make it.
Okay, well, let me just add that in the final sentence, it would say, as a follow-up, it says, "The comments apply to the watercolor and the computer renderings of the design." So that's what we were trying to say, is that the plans currently, as submitted, need to be updated to show the poetry in the watercolor. The comments apply to the watercolor and the computer renderings of the design. But if you think I'm being too picky, please just say so, and I'll just back off.
Mr. Chair, simply put, I think what we're after is that the formal drawings match what the watercolor drawings were
Yeah.
illustrating.
Right, that's right.
That's what we're trying to get to.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just actually maybe scratch the whole thing and just say the computer-generated drawings to match the watercolor drawings
Yeah.
in design and detail.
Right, okay.
Okay, let's just
I'm
do
happy
that.
with
That
that.
keeps it simple.
Okay, and that's all.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
All right, any other edits? And the maker of the motion and the seconder are both okay with that?
Oh, I don't know.
Then I'll look for a new motion.
I haven't done an edit in a while, so I just didn't want to end the year without.
Where you been?
Yeah.
All right, so both are okay with it? All right, so let's have a roll call vote.
Thank you. I'll begin with Commissioner Butler.
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan.
Yes.
Commissioner Drury.
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik.
Yes.
Commissioner McClure.
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge.
Yes.
Vice Chair Uli.
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go on to, and I will make one note, even though this is out of turn, because it'll be announcements. But we do have, because we have a packed agenda, and I do have pressing on the other end, I can push it if I need to, but I am going to try to be relentless with our schedule today. So I
have a hammer.
apologize in advance, but the gavel might be coming down to keep us moving. There we go. Okay. So, approval of the minutes of Historic Landmarks Commission, November 19th, 2020, consent, November
moved.
19th, 2025.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Look, the tie goes to the butler. All right. Under discussion, any questions or discussion? All right. A roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I'll begin with Commissioner Drury.
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik.
Yes.
Commissioner McClure.
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Butler.
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan.
Yes.
Vice Chair Uli.
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. On to item D, ratification of action taken on consent calendars December 3rd, 2025.
Motion to ratify.
All right, a second?
Second.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Drury. All right, to staff.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. Item A was 321 East Islay Street, which received final approval with the comment that the plans substantially conform to the plans that received project design approval on October 22nd, 2025. Item B was 2117 State Street, which was postponed indefinitely due to the applicant's absence. And item C was 29 East Cabrillo Boulevard, which was continued to Planning Commission with the comment that the design is aesthetically appropriate and the commission supports the front setback modifications as proposed. And with that, I'll turn it over to, back to you, Mr. Chair.
All right, great. Thank you. All right, to the commission, any questions or anything about what happened on consent? All right, so we've got a motion and a second to ratify the action. Let's have a roll call vote.
Thank you. I'll begin with Commissioner Lenvick.
Yes.
Commissioner McClure?
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan?
Yes.
Commissioner Drury?
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg?
Yes.
Vice Chair Uli?
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, great. On to item E, announcements, requests by applicants for continuances and withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals. To staff. Yeah. Mr. Hamilton.
No, I have one more year to go.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine, Commissioners. Really quick, just wanted to note that City Council appointed a new HLC member at yesterday evening's meeting, Julian Hradecki, who is joining as a member of the member of the public, and Commissioner Butler was also reappointed. That's it.
Thank you.
Oh, wow.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Condolences.
It cost me a fortune.
Gotta spell it.
All right.
How do you spell her last name?
It is Hradecky.
All right, thank you. All right, on to, other announcements by staff?
No other announcements from staff at this
Okay,
time.
great. Anyone else here from the commission?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I have to leave by 6:15.
Okay, well. AM, PM. All right, perfect. All right. If there's no other announcements, we'll move on to subcommittee reports. Any of the subcommittees?
Nothing from designations.
All right, is there anything that, well, there's our item today that we'll
Yeah,
cover,
we'll be
the
talking.
last item, so that'll be good, but I don't think there's much of anything else, because everything that we
Nothing.
have has to do with that item.
And we didn't have any update from, about the Figueroa Paseo. So
yeah.
we didn't hear anything more about it. It's been a busy week,
Yeah, it has.
so.
Okay, so if there's no subcommittee reports, let's move on. We are officially 1 minute ahead of schedule. So single-family, on to item 1. Single-family streamlining project. The single-family streamlining project responds to city council direction, community input, general plan policies, and consultant recommendations to streamline and simplify the approval process for single-unit residential projects. The goal of the project are to, 1, reduce the number of single-family development projects subject to design review, 2, streamline the public hearing process for single-family projects, and 3, create more flexibility to address common homeowner interests. The project includes amendments to multiple chapters in Title 22 and 30 of the Municipal Code, along with updates to the SFDB General Design Guidelines and meeting procedures. No final appealable action will take place at this meeting. Staff presentation and request for feedback on the proposed ordinance and guideline amendments prior to forwarding to Planning Commission for a recommendation to City Council. All right,
Boy, that's a lot.
it is. All right, Mr. Hamilton.
Afternoon again, Commissioners. Ted Hamilton, role Acting Design Review Supervisor. I'm here today to give you an update on the single-family streamlining project, which is a major work effort by the Community Development Department, and I will try to keep it brief.
All right.
Although this project is focused on streamlining the single-family design board process specifically, it does include minor amendments to the Historic Landmarks Commission chapter of the Municipal Code. So today's discussion will cover those HLC-related amendments and some of the amendments that streamline home improvement projects more generally. As I mentioned, or as the project description mentioned, we'll have an opportunity for questions and comments, but we're not requesting a formal decision or action. However, if there are comments that you'd like to include for Planning Commission's consideration, you may do so in a motion. We have three main goals for this project. First is to reduce the number of single-family development projects subject to design review. Second is to streamline the public hearing process for single-family projects. And third is to create more flexibility to address common homeowner interests. This project won't eliminate the single-family design board or even reduce its purview. Looks like I'm getting a little ahead of myself, sorry. Trying to really stay ahead here.
Already to recommendations.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, the project will not significantly reduce the board's purview. Instead, the goal is to make more measured common sense changes that help staff get to yes on more projects. Key project actions include updating the SFDB code and guidelines and incorporating complementary amendments to the zoning ordinance to ease up on restrictions and give homeowners more flexibility. So, first major component of this project is to streamline the single-family design board process. And as some of you may recall, back in 2020, there was a community development process improvement study by the Novak Consulting Group. The Novak Group's report recommended eliminating the SFDB or significantly streamlining its process. Obviously, we don't think that the community would want to eliminate the SFDB, therefore we're proposing the streamlining option. Currently, SFDB is overburdened. The board sees almost 3 times more applications than the HLC and nearly twice as many as the ABR. By reducing the number of projects under SFDB purview in the first place and increasing the number of administrative approvals for minor projects, we aim to make SFDB's project count align more closely with HLC and ABR. As an overview of the mechanics of what's changing, the SFDB and ABR chapters of the municipal code are moving from Title 22 to join the HLC chapter in Title 30. There are also updates proposed for the SFDB guidelines. The amendments to the HLC ordinance are fairly minor. The first is we're doing a general cleanup and consolidation of ordinance language. We're doing a clarification about administrative approvals in El Pueblo Viejo Landmark District. Probably the biggest change that I'll talk about in more detail shortly is that we're shifting the review authority for floor area ratio modifications from Planning Commission to SFDB and HLC. And lastly is a change to appeals of final approval for all design review boards. Currently, the HLC ordinance does not allow staff to review any minor projects whatsoever in El Pueblo Viejo. However, the HLC guidelines do allow us to do so. The guidelines only prohibit admin approvals of landmarks and structures of merit. The project clarifies the ordinance to allow administrative staff approval of limited projects in El Pueblo Viejo. I'm talking repairs, minor alterations that aren't publicly visible or affect the streetscape. Our goal is to maintain HLC review of any alteration in EPV that poses a visible, significant aesthetic change while expediting review of things like screened and hidden mechanical equipment and alterations to structures and sites that aren't visible to the public. Prior to the HLC ordinance update in 2021, staff had been administratively approving projects in EPV per the council adopted guidelines, and our aim is to be able to continue to do so on a limited basis. Again, like I mentioned, the most significant change for HLC is that you will now be reviewing FAR modifications, which are now going to be called FAR exceptions, instead of the Planning Commission. And the HLC doesn't see many of these at all, maybe one a year, maybe less. The city's maximum FAR only applies to single-family development that is 2 stories or taller and on lots 15,000 square feet or less. So this is specifically for single-family. Currently, the process to decide on an FAR modification is done in 3 steps. First, a required concept review at HLC. Second, the formal decision at Planning Commission on the modification. And third, back to HLC for project design approval and final approval. The proposed process combines these 3 steps into one. HLC reviews the request for an exception to maximum FAR, and this could be done in as little as an optional concept review and a mandatory project design approval and final approval hearing. The SFDB, Planning Commission, and City Council all supported this change, as the findings really have to do more with aesthetics than land use. Therefore, they think that design review is the better review authority. And for reference, these are the findings. You can see that they are pretty much entirely related to aesthetics. Subject lot has a physical condition such as location, surroundings, etc., that does not generally exist on other lots in the neighborhood. And B, the physical condition of the lot allows the proposed project to be compatible with existing development within the neighborhood. We also propose to change the eligibility requirements to appeal HLC and ABR final approvals. The current process allows anyone to appeal final approval. The proposed amendments would make HLC and ABR final approval appealable only by the project applicant. This facilitates the city's compliance with the Housing Crisis Act 5-hearing limit for housing projects. And this change also makes it more clear that project design approval is the more appropriate appeal point for the public at which all project elements can be addressed. In addition to the changes specific to HLC, I'd like to share a few of the zoning amendments that help achieve the goal of streamlining home improvement projects and addressing common homeowner interests. Our primary approach to achieve this goal is to create design standards from existing design guidelines. Applicants can either design to these standards and be exempt from discretionary design review, or request an exception reviewed at the design review body. Currently, many of these project elements have automatic design review triggers, and our approach uses the existing design guidelines and feedback from the community to implement common sense design standards to replace those automatic design review triggers. This allows the community to maintain aesthetic oversight, even with state mandates to reduce design review. One such guideline turned standard is that upper story decks should be 15 feet away from the property line, and our new standard for decks also sets a maximum size of 16 feet by 10 feet per elevation, with the option to get a larger deck approved at design review. Now, the HLC triggers will remain the same. This slide is related to single-family design board specific triggers, but this is just an example of the type of code standard that we're proposing to create. But the current HLC triggers, including that any alterations to a structure of merit or landmark or any PV need HLC review, those are remaining the same. The next few concepts are aimed at providing homeowners more flexibility in how they develop their property. And the main change is that we're proposing to remove the requirement that parking spaces for single-family residences, duplexes, and condos be covered. This gives homeowners the flexibility to convert their existing garage into a carport or another bedroom or storage or workshop. It also gives property owners building a new house the option to not build a garage, potentially lowering project cost and reducing project size in bulk. Note, we're not proposing to change the number of required parking spaces, only the stipulation that they have to be covered in a garage or carport. This provides significant relief from regulations in that the current zoning code often forces people into a path they don't necessarily want to take just to get an approval, as in they'll build an entire ADU even though they only want the extra bedroom. And the new regulations we're proposing provide a common sense option to do something different. Optional covered parking particularly benefits folks with non-conforming one-car garages. So currently, if someone with a non-conforming garage wants to get a permit to alter it, they have to go through a lengthy process to make it fully conforming to current code, which can be quite costly and sometimes is not feasible due to site constraints. And the proposed code would allow these folks to get a permit to demolish their non-conforming garage and replace it with uncovered parking spaces, saving time and money. The proposed amendments also allow more options for folks who want to use their garage for something other than parking. Currently, the code allows your garage to be used as either a garage or an accessory dwelling unit, with no flexibility to permit it as a workshop or a playroom or anything in between. By removing the covered parking requirement, we can allow things like storage, or playrooms, guest rooms, workshops, etc. This would also just allow people to keep their garage as is or convert it to a space that better meets their needs. Another proposed design review update is to change the mailed notice triggers for all design review bodies. The most notable changes are two additions. We've proposed increasing the notice threshold for first story additions from 500 square feet to 800 square feet. This is to align with the state ADU law that allows a 800 square foot ADU ministerially without discretionary review or a mailed notice. We also propose to increase the mail notice thresholds for existing upper stories from 150 square feet to 250 square feet. This allows staff to administratively approve a small bedroom addition on an existing second story, something that the current code and guidelines doesn't allow. Another really great thing that we're doing is making open yard easier to meet for small lots. So there are lots of lots in the city, between 5,000 and 6,000 square feet, and they often have a hard time meeting the required 1,250 square foot open yard. Yet, when they go through an open yard modification process, the modification is usually approved because the staff hearing officer generally understands the site constraints. To address this gap, we propose to update the zoning code to reduce the open yard requirement to 800 square feet on lots 6,000 square feet and smaller. So this is what it would look like, roughly. Note this is not to scale. We also propose to change the minimum dimensions for an open yard area from 20 by 20 feet to 15 by 20 feet to make these areas easier to meet. Along with ensuring adequate open space, the proposed amendments promote vibrant streetscapes by requiring landscape in the front setback. Currently, we have nothing in the ordinance or guidelines that prevents a front setback from being covered over in asphalt. To address this, we propose to add a requirement that no more than 50% of the area within the front setback, that's this area here, be hardscape. This means that at least 50% must be planted. Overall, we crafted these amendments to help city staff get to yes on simple projects more quickly and efficiently while maintaining aesthetic oversight on development. And this project maintains the city's objective of ensuring development is compatible with the neighborhood and facilitating neighbor participation. It also results in a simpler process, better efficiency, and achieves state requirements related to the housing element and other legislative updates. We're presenting this project for a discussion at Planning Commission tomorrow, December 4th, at the City Hall Council Chambers. And we anticipate returning to the Planning Commission in early January for a formal recommendation to City Council. After that, we'll go to Ordinance Committee and City Council in the spring. Thank you. That concludes my presentation. The project website is here up on the page, and my contact info is below.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so now let's go to public comment on this item. Is there anyone that would like to comment?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. At this time, I don't have any speaker slips for in-person public comment for this item, though if anyone would like to speak under the single-family streamlining project item, you can approach the podium at this time. But I'm not seeing any movement, so I will move to virtual participation. If anyone online would like to speak, you can raise your hand at this time. But I'm not seeing any raised hands, and we did not receive any written correspondence for this item, so I'll give it back to you.
All right, thank you. All right, to the commission for questions, discussion, I think we'll.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I have an initial question. Mr. Roll, the threshold for, that the state uses, you're moving from 500 to 800. If the threshold is 800, why wouldn't you make your threshold 801? Just so you're not catching all of the state-related projects.
Thank you, Commissioner Uli. The threshold is actually inclusive of the 800 number, so it technically would be 800. The way that the code is written, it's projects that are 800 square feet or less require a mail notice. Or, I'm sorry, 800.
More than?
I'm sorry, yeah. More than 800 square feet require a mail notice.
All right.
Yeah.
Very good, thanks.
Okay, Commissioner Ensberg?
Yes, thank you, Chair Grumbine. Thank you, Mr. Hamilton Roll. Could you just talk about the appeals again?
Yes, Commissioner Ensberg. Let's see. So this change really stems from the city's compliance with the 5-hearing limit for housing projects that the Housing Crisis Act sets. project design approval is really the main approval for HLC's purposes, and it's the point at which all project elements, the size, the bulk, the scale, the design, style, everything can be addressed. Final approval is very limited in scope. It's only whether the plans substantially conform to project design approval, and it's the point at which the architect or designer brings in the full spectrum of architectural details and exterior finishes, et cetera. So it's really just to make sure that the details match. This is something that staff's doing already at the building permit phase, and we see an opportunity to avoid creating an extra opportunity for a public hearing when the purview of that public hearing would be so narrow in a final approval appeal.
So just to make sure I'm understanding, so you're saying is only the PDA, the first one, is the appealable action and not the final. Is that what you're saying?
Essentially, yes, except that the final approval appeal, or the final approval could be appealed by the project applicant.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so in other words, if we give it project design approval and no one appeals it, and then later they come back for final after, 6 months of working all the details and everything else, they come back to us for final, and then someone from the public or from wherever, a neighbor, decides to appeal the final, then that's what's not allowed. It's only the applicant if we deny it.
Correct.
Okay.
And as a reminder, this commission may approve or deny final approval.
Okay. I had a question about the.
Can I,
Oh, yeah.
I-
Go ahead. Yeah.
I guess I'm trying to be clear about, because, a lot of our responsibility is to be representing the public and the neighbors, and being sure that they are part of the process, and that we help to mitigate and work through it, so that in the end, everybody is happy, and there's no appeals, and everybody's satisfied. That's what we try to do. So I just wanted to be sure that we're not losing that, because, that both sides, there's the two sides, there's the applicant and then there's the neighbors. So we want to be sure that the good neighbor policy is being followed, and that people are addressing that, because, of course, the designer have every power to include the neighbors. And if they've done that and been successful, then their projects will go through very easily.
Although I would maybe modify your statement a little bit insofar.
question.
Yeah, insofar as our job is to apply the EPV or historic design guidelines and all those things.
Yes.
We regularly bring neighbors' concerns if we think they're reasonable and can be addressed into the discussion, but really we're the design review.
Yes.
And so I just want to make sure that, because we're not necessarily acting on the neighbor's behalf, we're acting on the city's behalf as a design. I just want to make sure we're
No,
clear
that's
about
right, that's
some of
right.
the subtle differences. And oftentimes it ends up working out well, but I just want to make sure that we're clear about that.
But we are in that middle zone where,
Yeah.
people come and they have the concerns, we listen to
Yep.
them, and we try to get it to all work out so that everybody feels happy and that it moves forward. And
So
and
continuing.
when that happens, then the projects are not delayed, and we don't have everybody's doing their job.
Sometimes.
Right? Correct? Is that
Right?
correct?
Well, actually, so tied to that, I want to kind of play out a scenario. So that's based on what we're talking about with the final review. So I could see a scenario where we give it project design approval, and then say it's housing, and say that we're limited to number of rounds or whatever. And so we give it PDA, project design approval, and the overall design's good. And they come back with details, and we tell them, no, these details are all wrong. This is not how the plaster should be rolling into the windowsills, blah, blah, blah. Like, the balconies shouldn't be like this, they should be like this. And so then they come back again, and we're, say, limited, and our hands are tied, like, this is our last review. We can then, at that point, say no to project design approval. And then they can appeal it, but we still have that control, and to say you didn't actually, your CDs don't actually cross that threshold to here, which your project design approval did. So so that's the point where we kind of still have we don't have to approve everything, we can still deny it, but at the project design approval, if they're not doing their details well enough to what we had approved on the original design. Is that fair? Will we still have that power?
Chair Grumba, and I think that's fair. You'd have the ability to, like I said, approve or deny final approval. If you think that the plans don't substantially conform, or if you see details that aren't matching with what you approved as part of project design approval, you can always, not approve that application. You may, and this does cut into those 5 hearings, but you may also request that the applicant return for an in-progress review to look at the details along the way, so that there's a better idea of whether or not they're going to be matching. This might be for a much larger project, so you can ensure that those details do match when it comes back for final. We want to try to avoid those if we can for housing projects, but it is also an option.
Okay.
I do have a question.
A real question.
Would wording be included in the published minutes that go out that reflects this, so that when there's an item, an applicant, that's under a concept review or final review, so that when the public reads the minutes, they understand that when they get to final, their comments are no longer accepted for that? Do you see what I'm saying? I sort of dovetailing off what Commissioner Inberg is saying, let the public know what the process is and include that, as we already do. We already say no final appealable action, et cetera. So would that happen? Would that be included in the minutes?
Commissioner Butler, yes. This project is going to include quite a bit of training at the staff level, probably some training for our frequent applicants, and updates to handouts in the website, and our agenda templates. So in short, yes, we'll be adding information that specifies when folks can appeal, how they can sign up as an interested party, and how they can engage with the process.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair. We'll go Vice Chair Uli and then Commissioner Gordon.
So my question is to make it as clear as mud, I guess. The only proposed change is the process to appeal a project, not to comment on one at a public hearing.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Gordon.
A quick question. What is the city's position on this versus home HOA regulations? And what's behind this is the solution 3A to remove the requirement for covered parking, because there are HOAs that say you have to have covered parking. So what's the city's, does this trump HOA rules, or in other words, could an applicant come in, get approval, and the HOA say, no, because you're required to have covered parking?
Commissioner
Do you have
Gordon,
a position on that?
that's a good point. I think the city attorney's office would advise us that, well, yes, but this does come up, and the city's approval process and the HOA's approval process are separate.
Separate things.
Yeah, so in other words, yes, someone could get an approval from the city that doesn't comply with their HOA's regulations.
Okay.
But the city wouldn't be able to enforce the HOA regulations, only the city regulations.
Okay. I have a comment when we get to
Okay. Then maybe we'll jump into comments and try to keep it to the next 6 minutes in terms of, and I think if we can focus on key things that we're seeing as maybe either good or bad or ugly that we would want to throw into the mix as this goes forward. So thoughts, concerns, things like that. Commissioner Doran, I'll let you.
Just a very quick comment. There's a reference in here to redoing the instructions about compatibility in the neighborhood. And I looked at the draft. I'm very supportive of the draft. It won't satisfy people who want objective standards for compatibility, but the proposed revisions are very constructive, in my opinion. It sets some clear parameters within which the discussion of compatibility can unfold. So I'm very supportive of the proposed language about neighborhood compatibility and how that is discussed.
And actually, that reminded me of what the question I was going to ask earlier, which was, so when you said prior to, 2021, it was certain smaller things were, if I understood you right, were handled by staff without it having to come to HLC or come to, for design review on the minor level. What is this, in the basic summary, is this sort of bringing those back in terms of what those minor things that can, and then is that, who's, now that Nicole's gone, is it the architecture historian for HLC that, as a staff person, that makes those calls, or how do those minor decisions get made?
Thank you, Chair O'Brien. Regarding the first part of the question, it would be the HLC staff or zoning staff in consultation with HLC staff making those administrative approval decisions. And yes, all we're trying to do with this code amendment is write a sentence in there that says minor applications may be acted on by the director or the designee as specified in the guidelines.
Okay.
Because this, your blue book, your HLC guidelines currently do allow that. And for the last 3-4 years, we've been sending every single little tiny project to consent. So there are some projects that just, it doesn't make much sense to put it in front of a review body, things that truly aren't visible. So we'd like to retain the ability to do those administrative approvals.
Okay.
Regarding the architectural historian's role, that role really oversees development or alterations to historic resources specifically. So when there is a proposed alteration to a historic structure of merit or landmark, then they would have to be involved. And just like to note, we are working on a recruitment for that position currently.
Good. Great. All right. Other comments that anyone want to jump in with? Commissioner Ensberg?
If others have. Okay. Well, I want to appreciate the work of the staff. I think you guys have done, for years, an excellent job, and I am a very strong supporter of design review. I think it's critical. I think it's really, really important. And so I thank you and the rest of your team for the work that you do in this regard. And I know, the design review gets a bad rap a lot of times. So I just want to, recognize the importance of it. And I'm glad it's not being eliminated. It is overburdened, single family, obviously, because it's the biggest thing that we have. So I think that the approach you're taking is really good, of just keeping it simple, just things that are really visible, and if they're, and I believe that you're doing a really good job with that. I just want to say two other things that, in my experience, projects that are, we're dealing with, as I mentioned before, people wanting to make a change, an applicant, a person wanting to make a change to their property, and then the people who are impacted, who are either directly next door or in the neighborhood somehow. And when projects are very respectful and they include the neighbors and engage with them, then projects are usually, there's no, what causes the delay, I'm going to say, is objections by the neighbors. If they feel like they haven't been included and they haven't been able to have a voice, or their voice has not been heard, then they create a ruckus, and then they will appeal and they object. So I would say that the designers have the power to make their projects go well by including the neighbors in the discussion and being very respectful of the neighbors and coming forth with a project that meets all those things, and then their project will go through very quickly. And that has been my experience here at HLC, and I have seen it also in other projects that I've watched on ABR and single family. So I know streamline is a very popular and fun word to use, but streamline can be streamlined by doing good design. You have the power to streamline your own project by doing it in that way. And those are my comments.
Okay. Okay, so then, so in general, I guess to the streamline question. So from 400, what do you expect this to go down to for single-family design?
Chair Grumbine, we're estimating about a 21% reduction in projects at the most basic conservative, we know this for sure level.
Yeah.
That number could be as high as about 35%. We're just not entirely sure because it's sort of comparing the new design review triggers to the older design review triggers. It's really apples and oranges. And we haven't had the time to do a
Yeah, no, sure. I just wanted to
super,
approximate if there was-
yeah.
Okay, great. I'll throw a couple quick comments, and then anyone else that wants to, and then we can wrap this. But one comment, just as a little side note, just be careful about the, just because it's additions to side or back, in the guidelines, we say add to the back or side, because that's typically, on most lots, makes the most sense as the least important portion of the historic resource. And so as a general guideline, that's true, add to the side and back. But it's not only because they're on the side and back that you can change everything, but it's also that by going by the guidelines, it makes a lot of sense if you have a one-story little addition in the back and it works with all those things, and as it has before, that it makes total sense. I just want to make sure that we're not saying, no matter what, the side and back are not like reviewable, because it's still, if you do the window wrong on the back side, yeah, you only have a couple neighbors have to look at your ugly window, but but it is some of those subtleties, but within the realm of staff's guidance, I think that'll be, especially if we can get another architecture historian like Ms. Hernandez.
And Mr. Chair, I would add that it has a lot to do with the context of what that addition is doing.
Yep.
Chair, may I respond to that?
Sure.
Staff are very careful and generally pretty conservative with projects that happen in EPV, and I just want you to know that we understand, and even if there's an alteration proposed to a rear or a side elevation, we know that people are walking all around an EPV, right? You've got paseos, you've got all kinds of views of buildings that aren't just from a main street. So, we don't take admin approvals in EPV lightly, and just because we receive a request for an admin approval doesn't mean we have to grant it. So.
No, totally, and I totally agree, and I agree that, 4 years plus ago, in all my experience, that's very much been, it's been very reasonable how staff has approached it and very on the conservative side, so that's great. Any other-
Could I
yeah,
just
Commissioner Azar?
tag on to what you were just saying, Chair?
Sure.
So that, it's not only EPV, but anywhere, single family, that you're sensitive to, whether it's visible from someplace. If it's a sloped property and it's visible from below, that's a consideration, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, the guidelines include specifics. Well, the single-family design board guidelines include information about the Hillside Design District. I believe there's some information in the HLC guidelines on that as well. And there's a set of hillside development guidelines that the city has on the website that apply citywide.
All right, any other comments that we want to give to staff?
I'm generally supportive of the idea of eliminating redundant steps or extra steps. I wouldn't necessarily call it streamlining, but optimizing the review process and enabling staff to do some of this review and keep it from coming to us and bogging down the rest of the system. So I generally support your recommendations.
Actually, I realized one more piece that I'll throw in here since we're giving thoughts. So there was a commissioner when I first started, Schallenberg, who's now the city architect, or officially titled city architect, but it tends to be more of a project management position. I was hoping that, and I know others have for years been talking about it, but I was hoping that it would be really great to have the city architect develop a series of details or other things that are everything from, a trash enclosure that actually meets all the regulations, including, multiple versions, or things that are door and window details that work with certain neighborhoods. And that, I think that could help streamline a lot of that, and then also staff trying to make sure that they get the details right, or those types of things. If there was more collection of being able to.
Like standard sheets.
Yeah, standard sheets that can be included in sets, that could be built up over time. That could be a really great way of helping people to streamline things and getting good architecture out of it, because every time everyone goes to reinvent the wheel, and it's a lot of waste of time and energy for basic mundane things. Okay,
Also,
So you get a permit as long as your check cleared.
that's right.
the open yard reduction
Yeah,
in the,
yeah.
I think that is really good, and I really
Yeah.
appreciate that as we're working on sort of density, but, sensible density.
Yeah, yeah.
That I think that is a really good move.
And I would summarize on behalf of everyone, in terms of the modification stuff, HLC always likes having more power, so.
Yeah.
So no, it makes a lot of sense from the planning commission side, and then hopefully they'll feel the same.
Should take a motion?
All right.
I believe this is just a comments-only hearing,
action.
but if you could summarize the comments so we have it for the record, so Ted can bring these to Planning Commission and City Council. that would
Okay,
be
so
better.
I'll take a shot, but I'll be leaning on all of you all to throw things in. So for one, first and foremost, we appreciate the city's efforts in making the process faster and smoother, and eliminating redundancies. Yeah, and
And still maintaining the quality
Yes.
and the need,
while
not just.
still, yes, absolutely, while still maintaining the quality of the built environment that makes Santa Barbara the wonderful place it is. And then next would be HLC is in favor of the I don't know if we want to say shrinking or minimizing of the open yard, or the reduction of the open yard requirements in size and shape, as well. Thresholds, yeah. As well as the other modifications or changes shown in the presentation. The HLC is also in favor of going back to previous, I guess, powers by staff to review minor projects, especially ones that don't have any effect on the public view. The HLC also recommends that either the city architect or as part of this effort, there are standardized, proper Santa Barbara details or other ways of streamlining and making the process easier and less expensive for applicants, and keeping the city details at a very high level. And then.
While also considering and being thoughtful of the community and the neighbors. The applicant has to be working
Yeah, okay,
both
so,
sides of the equation.
so that, I think that's a separate additional piece. That one was sort of
Okay.
getting details done well, that is more repeatable, that everyone can kind of use.
Okay.
So then along the lines of the neighbors, so what is a good comment?
A
Commissioner?
suggestion on that might be to say that the Single-Family Design Board Guidelines draft offers constructive revisions to the language regarding neighborhood compatibility. And I offer that in the context of the push from Sacramento about things to be totally objective. So that the language of neighborhood compatibility becomes an issue. And I think that the proposed draft is a very constructive step forward in allowing that conversation to address the applicant's concerns, the neighbor's concerns, the design review board's concerns. So constructive revisions to the language regarding neighborhood compatibility.
That sounds good. And then,
Does it want to say, do you want to include anything about the good neighbor policy? I know that is a thing.
well.
That's what compatibility to
Okay,
me
okay.
implies.
Well, and actually, I think to tie those both together, and also one other comment that we were saying about neighbors, so that neighbors, because if they can see that there is a almost objective, like, looking at our guidelines, it's pretty clear about where we want you to add and how you want me to add and how far how the massing works. And so as part of that, as there's some direction there, it allows for all the public to understand what is and is not, doable within a single-family residence. So to that extent, I think that it does help with neighbors understanding what the policies across the city are. And maybe a comment to that effect as well, that by having these as part of it, it allows the public to know what the rules of additions and construction is within the city and within parcels. What's to be expected? Let's just say that. Okay, any other comments to add into there?
I'm so sorry, Chair Grumbine, do you mind restating that last comment? I think
It's
we got
about
a little
clarity
muddled
of
in the last
procedure.
one.
Yeah, so why don't we start with your portion, and then I'll add on to
Yes,
it, Commissioner Doran.
we captured Commissioner Dordan's. If you
Okay,
just
so,
restate that.
we also see the benefit of it being clear to the public on what is or is not preferred in neighborhood development, the massing and design direction for neighborhood compatibility and development. So it helps make that clear for everyone. So people know what to expect from their neighbors' additions. Okay, anything else to add? Oh, yeah, Commissioner Lodge.
I just wanted to make a few comments. It's something that should be done. I appreciate all, trying to make things easier and smoother for applicants. However, but like the 800 square foot open yard, with people building ADUs, and there's not going to be any place left to plant a tree, or and the livability, as far as I'm concerned, goes down. But I'm also a bit concerned about the appeal process.
Okay, well, now there's the front yard that they have to plant trees.
Yeah.
So at least there's that.
And may I respond to
Yeah.
one of those?
Yeah.
Commissioner Lodge, thank you for your comments. And regarding the open yard specifically, the 800 square feet is required even with an ADU. So
Oh, yeah.
the idea is to
I understand
align with ADU state law and provide for open yard even with an ADU and a garage proposed.
Well,
Okay.
okay.
All right, noted. Okay, anything else before we move on to the next item? All right, so with that, we don't need a motion or anything for that, so you've heard our comments, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
For coming and presenting. Yeah.
Thanks, everybody.
All right. All right, on to item 2. This is an item for final approval, 633 East Cabrillo Boulevard. This is located in EPV. Proposal for the Hilton Santa Barbara Beachfront Resort consisting of 50,000 square foot addition to Building B, as well as the removal of 2 guest rooms and the reconfiguration of 6 guest rooms in Building B. The project includes the demolition of Building A 4,000 square foot building with 8 guest rooms, and the demolition of the tennis courts and 240 square foot tennis shop. The total number of guest rooms would increase from 360 to 433, net increase of 73 guest rooms. The total square footage of the hotel would increase from 329,000 to 375,000 square feet, a net increase of 45,000 square feet. The total number of vehicle parking spaces on site would be reduced from 931 to 880 spaces. Bicycle parking spaces would increase from 58 to 100. Planning Commission approved a parking modification development plan for a transfer of existing development rights, coastal development permit, and environmental impact report addendum on May 15, 2025. City Council denied an appeal and upheld the Planning Commission approval on September 23, 2025. Final approval is requested. Project plans must demonstrate substantial conformance to the plans that received project design approval on July 30, 2025, which is when the project was last reviewed. All right, there's a mouthful. This is for final approval. Project plans must demonstrate substantial conformance to the plans that received project design approval on July 30th, 2025, which is when the project was last reviewed. So why don't we do this? We'll go, you can introduce yourselves for the record. We'll have any staff comments. we'll go to the motion and the notes. We'll go through them slow enough to have them to make sure that they've all been covered once you present. And then you'll have 15 minutes to present. If you can keep it to that, that'd be great. And make sure that you cover all those all those items and show us your final details, et cetera, and palette for project design approval. All right. So for final approval, I should say. Okay, so welcome. If you'd introduce yourselves for the record, and if you want to press the light there.
Thomas Hauspartner with AB Design Studio, part of the architects team.
Clay Arell, architect, AB Design Studio.
And Rob Madej, Bosky Landscape Architecture.
Okay, welcome. All right, so to staff, do we have any additional
No, I'm
comments?
just here for questions if you have any.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, so let's go through the motion and the comments from last time. So it was for project design approval with the following comments. The new design of the pool is a great solution and very supportable. 2, consider locating the pool enclosure into the planting bed instead of right up against the deck of the pool. 3, the hardscape materials and design as presented are acceptable. 4, the planting palette is acceptable. 5, study the hinge element and consider adjusting the roof either lower or higher where the two buildings intersected. 6, return with 3D views of the hinge element. 7, the change from the stone to plaster is supportable. 8, the precedent image of the wrought iron balconies was balconies with the reversed tiles on the underside is supportable if used. 9, study awning colors. 10, the commission looks forward to seeing the umbrella and cabana colors as they get developed. 11, study the corner with palms in the landscape plan and return with the reason for choosing more or less palms. 12, pool equipment and restroom structures are acceptable. 13, the roof over the covered passage is acceptable. 14, the commission appreciates the window change. 5, espalier design is supportable. 15, not 5. 16, the project compatibility analysis generally have been met. And the vote was 7-0-0. Lenvik and Drury, Lodge and Uli were absent. The motion carried. And so then for Commissioners Lodge and Vice Chair Uli, if you have watched the video.
I did.
Okay. And
I did not.
okay, so you give questions only, and then for Commissioner Lodge, and then questions and vote for Vice Chair Uli. Okay, and with that, I'll turn it over to the applicant team, and don't bother handling all the we like this or this was acceptable.
I won't.
Okay, great.
Okay. So we only have 317 pages in this set, so strap in, get ready. We're just going to go through some of the highlights here. So I've got a cheat sheet with page numbers.
Okay, great.
So this is the overall site plan, which everyone's pretty much familiar with it, but you have, I don't know if is this working?
And it's
Yeah.
also touchscreen, but you got a lot of sheets, so.
Is it? Yeah. Here's the addition, here's the waterfront project across the street, and then here's the existing resort. You go to 40. Oh boy. Is this gonna work?
It might take a little bit.
Yeah, it says it's not responding.
Because it's a big one.
Yeah, the plan set is a doozy. It might help to close it because it looks like it's crashing right now and then reopen in the folder.
Too bad we don't have paper.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, 360 pages.
If you hit close the
It might
program.
have been slower even.
And then, yeah, try opening it one more time.
This one, right?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see.
See if it will even scroll down.
Oh, like with the.
Like even on the side or even by hand, see if you can touch screen it and see if you can scroll down without.
It just crashed again.
We'll have to imagine.
It's
Yeah.
all good.
It looks like it looks like this computer might be a little faster. So if the applicant is amenable to it, you can verbally direct me through the plans and I can steer for you.
Totally amenable.
Sounds good? All right.
All right, let's do it.
All right. Okay, so you're driving now?
Yeah,
Okay, good.
tell her the pages.
All right, can we go to 43?
No, that's faster.
That worked. Hasn't filled in yet, but.
Watch them draw.
It's like Etch-a-Sketch. I think that's almost, there it goes. So last time we were here, we showed a new pool design, and that's all been done. On the far left of the wing of the building, we've added a very large pool equipment room. I think that was, you saw that before. I don't think there's been a lot of changes to the site plan here, other than along the edges of Building B, which is the building immediately to the right of our addition, and some parking lot changes and pathway changes kind of around the entry. That's really been the fundamental changes that you see here. We've got a fire turnaround hammerhead that you can see in the parking area, and then we just shifted the parking around a little bit to line things up. Fundamentally similar to what you saw before. We'll go to page 66, please. I keep wanting to use that. Just close this for now. Yeah, sorry, 66. We're in the process right now of getting ready to submit to building department, so these are our technical drawings, not the rendered ones we had before, but we've made, it's hard to do this without a mouse.
You want to zoom into the upper one?
Yeah, we can zoom into the north elevation, the lower one. It's fine.
Sorry.
That's fine. So this is the south elevation. Okay, this is the north elevation. Couple changes we've made. One is on the left, the two stair towers, you can see them kind of right there, just to the left of the three, or to the right of the three rooms, there's a stair tower. We had those originally going up and taller than the roof because they were roof access. We've changed that. We're doing roof access from the third floor now, so we lowered those. So those came down in height, which we felt was a better solution. And then the entry at the hinge has changed. We've got a double height space in there, so that's just to the left of that bubble. We put a couple doors on the side and a larger window, kind of a big picture window, kind of in the front as part of the entry. They had a trellis there before we took that out. We've cleaned up the elevations and the railings and different elements on the building to kind of not only simplify, but make them look a little better. One thing that did change, and you'll see this when we talk more about the hinge, is that we had one elevator in the building before, and now we have two. And when that happened, we shifted those around in the lobby. And then we made the roof, one comment, you had a comment about the hinge and the roof, make it lower or higher. We actually, when we combined the two elevators in the middle, we now had this larger tower element. So instead of doing that, we made the roof a little wider, and brought the parapet up so we could hide the overruns. So before we had a tower element kind of off center, now we have just a parapet that is kind of addressing your comment, but also solving the issue with the overruns.
And can you scroll up to the elevation above to see the hinge on from the other
Yeah,
side?
just slide, here, there you go. The other thing we did on this side of the building is we got some, in talking with the client and going through DD and CDs and all this stuff, we had a double height space on this side as well. We decided to enclose that floor at the second floor and get a second floor lobby space that would look out to the ocean. And then we put 5 big arched windows in there just to open up that view. We did take the awnings off, sorry, Cass. But in discussing with the ownership, there's no awnings anywhere on this project, on the existing property. And they didn't want the maintenance issues, so we did take those off of this elevation. And we simplified the trellis and made it a little smaller at the ground floor, added a trellis on the top, but you can see how that roof element now, that parapet pushes up, and in elevation, you can see a little bit of equipment up there, but you won't see it in perspective. If you slide to the right, I guess pan left, yeah, there's the connection to building B. That was like that before, when we've just been working on detailing and cleaning up simple things. We are not doing the tile underneath the balconies. We have the wood balconies, kind of the Monterey style balconies that you see there in the middle. Those will be exposed wood underneath, and then exposed plaster in the ones that you see to the right and left. Those will have a plaster detail on the ceiling. We can zoom out, please, and we'll go to 67, next sheet. These are larger scale versions. We can kind of pass through these. Next slide. Again, these are just enlarged versions. So there's enlarged elevations of the hinge north and south on the left, and then we have the west elevation facing Calle Cesar Chavez. That ground floor level is the pool room, or pool equipment room, excuse me. We kept the espalier. We've made some other changes. The third floor room is the presidential suite. It's a very large suite, so we went with a hipped roof and got some volume in the upper floor, so that roof changed slightly. And then elevation 2 is the east elevation where we're connecting to the existing building. And we just added some detailing and things to that to kind of make it look better than a big blank wall. Next slide, please. At Building B, we're doing some changes to the guest rooms, so that's what it looks like. Number 1 is the existing. Sorry, my phone keeps buzzing. And then we're just changing the elevation, what you can see on the, one's on the south side, one's on the north side of the bridge, excuse me. So just some basic changes to those rooms where we're making the connection and cutting through and connecting to the building. We'll go to 69, next page. Or no, we're on 70, or 71. So we did a 3D view of the hinge area that we just looked at in elevation. You can see some of the detailing of the railing on the third floor, trellis up on the third floor as well, and the changes to the windows, which is now a more enclosed space at the second floor, and then changes to the trellis on the ground floor. And then the elevation number 2 on the left is really, it's kind of like the typical elevation. So if you think about the hotel in terms of bays, this has kind of the repetitive elements of each bay around the building. So we just did this as like, here's what these elements look like, and that gets repeated around the building. So you can see the wood balconies with the trellis, the covered balconies on the right and left of that center image, and then the third floor balconies, and just different railing ideas and detailing that runs around the whole building. So the rest of the elevation, for the most part, looks like this until you get to the west or east side. We can go to 75, I think. Oh, wait, can we stay here? We want to talk about the finishes. So up top are all the basic finishes that we have on the project. Yeah, that's great. So these are different lighting elements that we have. We've got some wall mount, we've got some post-mounted light, the one on the left, one on the middle is kind of a, just a wall-mounted light. Those are all on the elevations. And then we have the one on the right, that's going to be in the ceiling, in the covered balconies. Some railing, wrought iron railing details, those will all be black. Door and window frames will be dark bronze frames to match what's already on the hotel. And then obviously tile roof with a double kicker starter tile. And then plaster finishes with stone caps, and then elements of trellises. That's actually on property nearby. Porcelain tiles at the balconies. And then there was a comment in here about cabanas and umbrellas. So the property recently did an upgrade to the existing pool. Those are the existing cabanas that are there. Probably do something similar to that, but that hasn't been fully vetted out yet on all the furnishings. But we don't have any plans to do any big umbrellas or anything like that at the moment. Okay, we can go to 71. 5, I think. So this is a typical wall section, and we just put this in here, just, this is what these balconies look like. You can see on the lower floor, farthest right, is the plaster coffered ceiling underneath the covered balconies, and then you've got the second floor deck above that, and then how the third floor deck integrates. So we've been working through all the details, waterproofing and all that right now. And then we can go to 106, please. And we have about 5 or 6 sheets here that we can just go through, but this is all our detailing. Got all the different conditions that you can see. We're just showing you that we have it, basically. So you can go to the next page. Details on the pilasters and different molding details. Next page. Trellis build-up, wood details, downspouts, leader box, that kind of stuff. Next page. Different railing details on the project. So we've got a couple different ideas for how to do this one here and that one over there, and those are all in elevations. Next page. Doors and windows. Next page, please. And then this is our stair details, which I thought we didn't have that in here, but that's pretty much our presentation on the architectural. You guys can go through the rest if you want to, and I'll let Rob talk about landscape.
Sure, but I may need a little help in terms of where the landscape sheets sit in this 300-page set.
Can we go to page, let's see, go to the page 1 for now. And page 3 is the shade index.
Can you go page 3? And then they'll be able to find out where the... Uh-oh.
Killed it. Didn't like that, did it?
Sorry, give it just a moment. We're going to try the website version. I'm sorry, in addition to everything not working, my keyboard and mouse are also not working.
Of course, yeah. Everybody wants to get on it.
Oh, wow. I haven't seen that since
Never
like
seen that
Atari.
before.
Hope you get a better response from us.
I guess that means we have to deny it.
Yeah.
Time for hand puppets.
AI is telling us. Deny it. All right.
While we're waiting.
Yeah, why don't you tell us what we're going to see?
What we have done, speaking to the motion items here, there was a comment about the interface between our glass pool enclosure fence as it abutted a pool deck. It'd be nice to have a little relief there, so we've given some buffer there. We've, of course, refined the planting, or preliminary planting plan into a final planting plan, and so we could look at that in a few moments. We also have a fully fleshed out irrigation and lighting plan. There was a comment about the palms and the rhythm and the continuity of the palms. And actually, we might not have to go too far if the landscape sheets are buried, but on sheet 8.0, I noticed there was a nice overview there. But essentially, we have added 10 palms between what was kind of, call it the fountain space, the rose garden, right? That was essentially is absent of palms now. They're all pushed to the rear. We've pulled those forward within the limits of our property line, and those run across the front of the pool enclosure. So we do have a nice continuity of the palms running across.
Can you maybe just try scrolling?
Yeah, I'll open it one more time and just try.
And I think they were saying page 3 was, if you just scroll to page 3, we could probably see where the, and how did you do the side document, like little thumbnail?
Pardon?
Did you do the thumbnail from here, or no?
Well, it's not letting me click on anything.
Yeah, it's not responding to.
Frozen.
No.
Do you mind if we take a brief recess? So we
Yeah,
can
let's
try
do a
to
brief recess
troubleshoot
now,
this?
and then get your coffee and everything else, and
Thank you
we'll
so much.
try to get,
When in
yeah.
doubt,
Like, we'll see you about a 5-minute. Order Historic Landmarks Commission, and now with technology. All right.
Thank you. I imagine we're well past our 15 minutes, so we'll hop to here. Similar, I'll only draw attention to the sheets that have changed demonstrably since you've seen them last. As Clay mentioned, there is some cleanup of the line work. Thank you. Cleanup of line work to the north entrance of the building. That's captured here. If you're following my mouse, that's tracking perfect. Yeah, so we pulled back this edge of paving from the glass pool enclosure here. By and large, everything else has remained the same on this page. Our material palette through here, nothing has changed there. We've started to pull in all of our construction details. Our frameless glass pool enclosure system is noted here. Our tree planting plan here, I'm hesitant to zoom in, but we'll try here. That was fine, okay. So this is the area, I think that was, there was a bit of concern. Here's an existing clump of Washingtonias, and then they continue again here. Again, this large space here where I'm circling with the mouse is where the existing fountain/planter rose garden is, right? And so all of the blue noted palm tree symbols are relocated Washingtonias running through there. And you can see ghosted in here very lightly in gray is our really odd property line. So we are sneaking them in, within our property and keeping that grass area open through adjacent to the sidewalk. Yeah. So we've broken out the tree planting and the understory planting for clarity. But essentially what we're doing from a planting standpoint is speaking the same language of masses of dark greens and light grays that repeat along the existing frontage, and we're rolling that into our landscape plan and punctuating with some with the palms, relocated palms, and some new Brahia armadas as well. In the parking lot, it's parking lot planting, so we'll skip that. There's quite a bit of planting through here. We have an artificial turf area by one of our pools for function and a kind of a overflow flex space. There's our refined planting palette through here. Irrigation, well, of course, all on reclaimed water here. And our lighting plan, we've developed a little bit further. Essentially, we have two main path lights. We have we call it an interior path light element I'll show you, which runs along our northern walkway here, our southern walkway here, and kind of gives lighting for egress purposes. And then along Cabrillo and running out to points connecting with Cesar Chavez and Cabrillo. I don't know if anyone has seen it, but Hilton has installed a new light to replace failing light fixtures out there, so we'll be matching those. They're short bollard lights, and which is here. So here are the lights which are visible now currently. One more zoom for you all. This is what's installed and illuminating the sidewalk along Cabrillo. And this in sand color will be our 18-inch tall landscape light bollard that will be illuminating egress pathways and areas around the pool. We have a series of wall lights and plaster elements through here and some down lights on some specimen trees and some trellis elements. Beyond that, I think that covers the bulk of our motion-related comments.
Great. All right.
More effort.
Yeah. All right. That was like an hour-long presentation. I don't know what you guys were thinking. Okay. So now let's close. Now you're done with your presentation. Let's open public comment. So any member of the public wishing to address us on this item?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. At this time, I don't have any speaker slips for in-person public comment for this item, though if anyone in the room would like to speak under this item, you can approach the podium at this time. Also, I would just like to remind the audience that if anyone is here to speak under any other items, that if you fill out a speaker slip along the wall where those people are standing right now, you can bring one up to me and I'll call your name for that item. But are you wanting to speak for this item or another one? For the Hilton or a different item? Okay, so since no one seems to want to speak for this one, I'll move to virtual participation. If anyone online would like to speak on this item, you can raise your hand at this time. But I'm not seeing any raised hands, and we did not receive any written correspondence for this item, so I'll give it back to you.
All right. All right, to the commission now for questions. Does anyone have questions? Commissioner Drury.
The only question I have for this point in time is what happened to the awnings? You know, you have to answer the question
Commissioner
somehow.
Drury, through the chair, I mentioned it in my presentation and I apologize to Cass, but I guess I forgot to apologize to you too. We were requested to remove the awnings by the ownership and property because, one, there's no other awnings on the property and they consider them to be somewhat of a maintenance nuisance, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Lembeck?
Yes, I have a couple of questions. I'm difficult to see the drawings, so I'm going to ask a question and have you point it out to me. I would like to see the drawing with the flat work on it. Your set of drawings with the flat work.
You like the hardscape?
Yeah.
On the basic site,
Well,
hardscape?
we indicate on the landscape plan that we've got a planter strip along the glass at the pool. And I don't recall that that's what I saw on the flat work plan.
Do you know what that number that is?
You got it.
So I'd like to see that, if possible.
Sure.
To satisfy myself that it's going to get there. And then I have another question after I see that, if I might, Mr. Chair.
Try like 30.
Was it 30?
I don't know. I'm just picking a number. No, that's civil.
Did anybody take note what the landscape sheets were? What was the book? Was there Tech Superstar?
Would it be on a civil plan or not?
It'll be on the
most
landscape.
clear
Pardon
on the
me?
landscape.
It'll be on the landscape plan. We're just trying to
Yeah,
find
but
the
you
page.
don't pay for the landscape plan, you plant from it. And so I'm concerned that the landscaping will get in. I'm sure it will. You'll be on the job full-time, so you'll see that it happens. but I'm just confused as to what's happening along the outside of the glass at the pool areas or whatever.
Here we are.
That was fun.
It's been censored.
Do we have some music?
Now you see it, now you don't.
Christmas music?
There we go. There we go. Boy. Yeah, really. Oh,
Okay, I don't want to touch it anymore because once it pops up, we'll be able to see this.
Exactly.
When I look at C 3.3, and I'm not sure that's what I should be looking at, but is that all paving around the pool like that? And then, well, this is actually a drainage.
Actually, City TV, why don't we just do this? Let's just get that here.
Well, no, I'm looking at a drainage plan, so it's not a good deal.
No,
Oh.
sheet 150.
We can switch back over to my computer. I'll do the online version as well. It was sheet what, 150?
150, please.
What?
150.
That's a number I don't have.
There we go.
122.
We're up on the screen now.
Okay, back to the screen. Oh, here we go. You can see-
Okay.
All right,
You can see on
so-
the south end of that,
So what's all the, what's all the white material?
that's all planting area.
All planting area,
All the green is the lawn,
okay?
all the white is the planting area. And we have
Alright.
two different types of hardscape
Okay, so
textures there.
you've answered my question.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I would like to go to the exterior elevations, north and south, and look closely at the hinge element where you've got a parapeted structure.
69. Yeah, 69.
There you are.
Can you zoom in on the two left images?
So that's the south side?
That's the south side, yes.
All right. And the north side,
It's down on the page.
so that's the north side. I don't really, when I look at the plan, I see the third floor is set back from the second floor.
That's good. There's a little balcony up there.
A little balcony.
Yep.
Its proportions there are strange. A suggestion I might have that would be worthwhile considering is that the molding on the parapet, and I could be wrong on this, be made larger.
Up
So-
top?
Yeah, at the top.
Yeah.
It could be made larger, something that would hold that down a little more than what is now. I don't know if any of you else agrees with
And,
that.
and actually, can you scroll down, or scroll to the other side of the elevation? There we go.
You see, that molding just doesn't seem, it seems like it's a 2x8 and a 2x4 nailed up there, as opposed to a good traditional molding that's got something to it. And I just think it would cast a bit of shadow.
Would it cast a better shadow? Is the question.
Yeah.
Well, it will.
No, you're wearing questions.
But I
so-
get
Question, so
Oh,
that's
well, I see. Others may disagree with me.
wink, wink.
It's actually a comment, wasn't
Oh,
it?
yeah, you're rolling into comments, but, and let's get through questions real quickly, and then maybe in the next minute or two here, and then we'll go to comments. One question, Commissioner Butler.
what's the exterior color again?
It's a white color, like your shirt.
Know where I'm going.
I know where you're going.
Commissioner
We've had-
Butler
We've had
white.
this discussion before.
I know.
Butler White.
Thank you, you answered the question.
Is it matching one of the other buildings, or is it a different color?
It's a different color.
Okay.
The-
really?
The rest of the buildings, there's about, and we did this on another project on the site. There's about 4 different colors out there. It's been painted different times, different
Yeah.
ways, and to be honest, the way the colors work on the buildings and right now are really confusing. So we're going to go with white here. We understand that there might be, we've heard grumblings of a capital project coming that is going to paint the rest of the property, but I don't know when.
Okay, other questions, Commissioner Ansberg?
Yes, thank you. Can you show where that public park is, just to confirm, you know, the line where the, because this frontage is a public park? Just maybe point that out. I guess it's just behind that line, right? The very thin line that is,
Yeah, go to page 150.
isn't it right here?
Oh, so we're seeing two different things.
Oh, we're
here.
seeing two different, we're seeing,
What do you guys think?
we're
Landscape,
seeing
yeah.
the landscape. So it's just that dotted line,
There we
right,
go.
that's just proud, or toward the south of the white area? Is that right?
Okay. What?
That line right there.
Okay,
Yeah, that's what we're seeing.
yeah.
Just,
That's officially the public park, is that what you're saying? Your question? Is that? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Parkway.
Yeah.
if you go back to the specific plan, the park goes all the way down
Yeah.
to
Right,
Garden, so
right.
it's, but yes, that
parkway.
area in front is, there's no work
Designated.
happening.
can
Yeah.
it say public park?
Doesn't have
to.
It doesn't have to, but be nice.
Well,
Yeah.
all right, before we go sideways on that.
Okay.
Because that's definitely outside of our purview. We're not naming parks, yes.
No.
Okay.
We don't want to do that.
Okay, so
Okay.
any other questions before we roll into comments? Because I do really want to keep us moving here.
Okay.
Okay, no other questions? Okay, so let's roll into comments. Now, this is for final approval. And so I think that's our biggest thing are there any key problems or modifications that we want to see and we want them to come back or not as we go forward here? So who wants to start off with comments?
I'll take a stab at it. I appreciate Commissioner Limvik's pointing out the molding, but I would say in general and overall, the project is supportable, and I think it is ready for final approval.
Actually, one note on that, because I thought of the same thing. I think in elevation, the molding, part of it is the molding is a molding for a 3-story in elevation, but in 3 dimensions, it's actually a molding for, it's like the crown molding of a 1-story, which I think in some sense makes it actually, because when you see it close up, you're seeing it as a 1-story thing, so it's not as disproportionate, and I agree it's disproportionate for a 3-story, but that you only see that in elevation view. So I think that might, in my mind, that makes sense as a 1-story. Yeah, it's a 1-story crown molding, but not a 3-story. And I think from both sides it steps in, so you really only read it as its own element. Because otherwise, yeah. In my mind, that's the argument makes sense to me. But and so which is why I think it could go either way. You could oversize it as part of a 3-story, but yeah. Anyways. That's just my own thought on that particular subject. All right, other comments? Commissioner Ensberg?
I'll make a comment. Thank you very much. It's good to see you guys again and to be at this point. I very much support the white, definitely. And I support the molding, the larger molding.
Wait, sorry,
And-
the larger one or the one that they've drawn?
Larger.
Okay.
And about the awnings, I think, well, I'll say in
You
general.
also support the awnings?
I do support the awnings, and I don't think they have to be, not all over, not everywhere, just in the hinge. Just in the hinge to really, make that statement right there. I would like to see that. And, of course, I love stripes. If they aren't stripes, fine. But I really think there's an opportunity, and I think the whole development could use more of this. So maybe you can set the tone, as you were saying just a moment ago, that they're considering.
We can just require it in all other buildings too. as
Yeah.
Part of this process.
To match what you're doing moving forward. And I think that the whole hotel would be more interesting and fun if it were that way.
Okay.
Thank you.
Other comments? Who wants to jump in? Commissioner McClure, I'd like you to especially comment on the landscape and how they responded.
No, I think it looks great.
Okay.
We've all followed it through the process. And
Great.
It's fun.
All right. Other comments?
Well, I'm trying to be
Drury?
subscribed or conscripted into the awning army. I'm ambivalent about it. I think it's really a beautiful and eminently approvable project. Thank you.
Other comments?
Just a quick comment. Having survived the presentation, I find it very supportable. The presentation that we saw addressed the questions that were asked the last time to my satisfaction. So the project, as we're looking at it now, is supportable.
Great. Commissioner Butler?
I would support the project for final approval.
Yeah. All right. Anyone else want to weigh in? Commissioner Lodge? No? Okay, Commissioner Lendick?
That's good. I'm prepared to make a motion. Did
Good.
I make a motion last time? I don't recall.
It's okay.
Makes
good
no
morning,
difference.
Warren.
Yeah, you're not only allowed one motion a month. Okay, so it's sounding like, and I would just add the one comment, that you've done a really exceptional job with working that hinge element. It's really came out well, so, yeah,
you did make the motion.
it was a difficult design challenge, and you guys did a great job with it. Okay, so does someone want to make a
Yeah, I'll
motion?
make a motion.
For-
And I won't include in my motion any reference to the molding.
You could say for final with allowing them to
Yes,
grow
I'll
the
do that.
molding up
Yeah.
to double the size or
So
something.
I make a motion to approve the final drawings for 633 East Cabrillo Boulevard as they are in substantial conformance to the plans that we previously reviewed on July 30th for the project. And we would allow an increase in the molding on the parapet wall to hinge element as part of a revision. They would not need to come back to us. Was there any concern about painting? No, okay.
Second.
All right. we got a
How did he
motion,
do it that
second. Oh,
quickly?
and do we have to do project compatibility findings? No. Oh, okay, great. So we got motion and a second under discussion. Any discussion? All right, seeing none.
Chair Grumbine, thank you. So the awnings is just a missed opportunity.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
They can come back and ask for them to be added on later.
That one.
Yeah, I think. Okay, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll begin with Commissioner Ensberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvick.
Yes.
Commissioner McClure.
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge.
I can't vote.
That is correct. Commissioner Butler.
Yes.
Commissioner Dordan.
Yes.
Commissioner Drury.
Yes.
Vice Chair Uli.
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Appreciate your patience.
Yeah.
Technology.
All right, we are on to item 301 East Yananali, and we're officially 4 minutes behind, so we're going to keep the charge going here. Located in EPV, this is a revised project. The project consists of the removal of the existing landscape storage yard and the construction of approximately 40,000 square foot of non-residential floor area, 98 vehicle parking spaces, 18 bicycle spaces on a 3-acre lot at the corner of East Yananali and Garden Street. The development would consist of 2 separate buildings around a central courtyard. Building A would be primarily 1-story with a small second-story component, and Building B would be 2-story. A habitat restoration plan is proposed for the adjacent Laguna Channel. The Planning Commission approved a coastal development permit, planning development, and front and interior setback modification July 3rd, 2025. No final appealable action will take place at this meeting. Project received project design approval on September 10th, which is when it was last reviewed. Proposed revisions involve adjustments to configuration of tenant spaces, increase in floor area from 39,800 to 41,700 net square feet, and other minor design changes. All right, so with that, welcome. If you will introduce yourselves for the record, we'll go to the minutes from last time, go to any staff comments, and then you'll
And then fight the presentation.
and then you'll struggle for 45 minutes to go from page 1 to 3. If history repeats itself.
Brian Cornell.
Yeah.
Matthew Chua.
Courtney Miller.
Brooks Mickelson.
All right. And then to staff for any comments?
I do have a comment. The applicant did submit a substantial conformance determination request, so planning staff is looking at that. But we want your comments on the changes, and the changes are listed in the agenda. So once you have comments on those, we will review it for an SCD approval.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. So with that, let's go to the motion from last time. And so the commission was for project design approval with the following comments. The commission thanks the applicant for their hard work and for listening and responding appropriately to their comments. 2, study adding Mediterranean detailing to the corner building at Garden and Yananali Streets. 3, study simplifying the landscape design at the corner of Garden and Yananali Streets through refining the type and amount of plants. Study a different solution for the planting along the entrance road driveway to replace the Palm LA. The remainder of the landscaping palette and designs are supportable. 5, the proposed hardscape design is acceptable. 6, the design addressing the activation of Yananali Street is acceptable as proposed. 7, study window muntins to have more traditional Mediterranean light divisions, focusing on the rectangular windows. 8, ensure that detailing is robust in scale and materiality. And 9, return with detailing of the tile cap. 10, integrate a variety of wrought iron into the lighting design. 11, include placement and size of lighting in the renderings. 12, make renderings as accurate as possible for clarification. Consider a model or video to help understand planting and how it interacts with the architecture. 13, project compatibility findings have generally been met. And the motion was by Uli, second was Jordan, 8-0-0. Ensberg was absent. The motion carried. And then so quickly, Commissioner Ensberg, were you able to watch the video?
I was not.
Okay, so questions and then, but no votes. And then, okay, so now to the applicant, you have 15 minutes. It may be focusing on how you answered those comments as well as anything else that changed along the way.
I'm not going to focus on any of those comments, really, because the real reason we're here, besides the substantial conformity, is to introduce our new landscape architect and have her show you where we are on the landscape plan. So we're just beginning design development on this. So what I want to do is just show you quickly what we are, and make sure we can get your support on the substantial conformity, and then we'll turn it over to the landscape architect.
Okay.
So
is there a Palm
basically-
PLA?
No,
Okay,
isn't.
well, there's
That's
you
gone.
answered one of them.
Well, that's true. I shouldn't say we're not going to answer any of those.
Yeah.
So-
We will address many of the
Yeah, we
landscape
will.
comments.
We will. We just haven't done anything as far as the architecture other than these little changes. And so this diagram is what we gave Kathy to illustrate what the changes are. What's on your left is what you approved, and on the right are the changes. So essentially, we have moved, if we look at maybe you can point for me. If you look down there, we've pushed that building out. And this all came about, by the way, is because we basically had, the owners realized we had a little bit more square footage to be able to put here pursuant to the traffic analysis that was done and the Planning Commission approval. And so we've pushed out that one restaurant element a little bit closer to Garden. And we have then, going up into the courtyard, we've pushed out those facades very little. I think it's about 3 feet. We have added, we've pushed into that courtyard a little bit, basically to add a restroom. And we adjusted where the trash enclosure was and relocated the accessible parking spaces to be, or that's right, EV parking in that. So those are the changes, and and then on the second floor, basically that essentially extended those elements on the second floor as well. So it's pretty minor, and we can go to the elevations and see those. We've also illustrated what has changed. So again, the lower elevation is what was proposed, what was approved, and then you can see what's happened. So really, we've just taken that elevation and extruded it towards garden a little bit. We have a little bit more mass wall, which I think is actually better on, with those arched openings. And you can see the trash enclosure there, that moved. So again, these are pretty minor changes to the basic building elements. And then this, of course, is the plan that Courtney's office has been working on. So with that, I think I'll turn it over to you, Courtney.
Hi.
All right.
Great to be here. We're new on this team. And so we have a slightly revised design to share with you today. So you can go to the next page, Matt. So I think what we've done is taken a very beautiful design and made refinements to it. We've introduced more restraint and simplicity into the overall hardscape and planting design. And I have Brooks Mickelson here with me today. She's leading this project for our office. So I can kind of walk you through. So let's see where to begin. So generally, if you could zoom in on the site plan itself. The previous design had a very intricate paving pattern throughout the entire property, and lots of different patterns going on. It was a little busy, I think, and so what we've done is we've simplified the hardscape patterning. We have material samples here for you today, and also on this page I can share. But basically, we've introduced a simple, larger format, is it limestone? I forget, limestone paver throughout. That's this nice sand color tone. And then we've limited the more intricate paving patterns to just the entry on both sides. So we really felt that the archway at the main entry into the property was very special architecturally and needed something underneath that really kind of helped address that. And so we've introduced, you could zoom in a little bit more on that, Matt. What are we calling that? We've introduced accent paving there. So the idea is that this is kind of the moment, and we have it here and we have it on the other side of the property, and the idea is to help draw people in. And then and then connecting those two are what we're calling the central runnel, for lack of a better term. It's not depressed, it will be flat and flush, but it will have this really beautiful detail, which we have some sketches for too. The other thing that we've done is kind of simplified and unified the shapes of the planters throughout the property. And we like the idea of having more of an organic form to those. And so we have three kind of key moments where we have this, we're calling it a planted island. And the idea is that it's a very organic curvilinear shape. The ground will be mounded up a bit, and we'll have more like specimen planting in those pockets. And then as you move to the corner plaza, we did do some reconfiguring here as well. So, you know, this is a bit of a challenging space. We want it to feel somewhat cozy and protected from this very busy intersection, but also really wanted to have an open sightline and more inviting, kind of welcoming approach into the interior of the property. So we've reoriented the stair and have kind of opened that up to help draw people in there. And we've introduced sandstone into the retaining walls there to help tie this space in with the building architecture. And let's see, we have colorful tiled benches throughout, so that's that blue rectangle. And we have some imagery of that as well. And so let's go down to the imagery now, so and zoom out a bit. So upper left, this is a sketch and not quite the right image, but I think you get the idea, for what that paving pattern could be. There's some really beautiful arches in the building that we thought we would play with the paving design there. Bottom left is the planted island. Again, the image is never exactly what we want, but you get the idea. And then we do have accent paving, some imagery that's kind of like what we think, but another thing that we did is introduce brick into the materials palette. Previously, it was just terracotta and I think just the limestone, and so I felt that was really important to help pull this, more deeply into the EPV kind of language. And so those are the, materials on the right there. And then for the tiled benches, we have more like a bit of a subtle approach to the color. We didn't want it to be too loud, but really like the idea of those being these beautiful elements that are kind of dispersed throughout. And I don't know, Brooks, if you have anything to add about the tile approach?
I think you covered it. Yeah, just keeping with just like more jewel tones, like greens and blues there, as a nice accent to the kind of orangey brick and terracotta.
Okay, also in the parking lot design, secondary, but we did some consolidating of the permeable paving. And so if you could show on the plan, Matt. Previously, there was sort of, it wasn't well integrated into the whole, no, that you're there. You could just, yeah, for whatever reason, the parking stalls themselves are a little pale. But the whole area in beige, we're intending to do something pretty similar to what's at the Laguna Blanca School. I don't know if you're familiar with that parking lot, but it's quite beautiful. It's permeable concrete that's colored, so it looks really nice. And then they have a colored concrete grid with matching gravel on the stalls themselves. And so it's meant to feel textural and less commercial. And we really like that approach. And having it throughout the entire parking lot, I think will kind of elevate that whole space. Okay, and then planting design. So if you zoom out again, so from an overall perspective, we've simplified quite a bit. I think there's a few different things going on this site. We have the restoration area on the east side. So that entire area will be 100% natives. And what we'd like to do with this entry drive approach, I agreed that the pommelay was not right. It didn't work well with the architecture, and I think it was out of character with like where this driveway is in relationship to the restoration area. So our approach is just to help that driveway feel more integrated with the restoration area. So not a formal, tree-lined approach. It feels more organic and natural. We have a handful of different tree species there that all are what you'll see in the restoration. And then we have one kind of specimen on the lower left. It's that brighter green symbol, and that would be a Monterey pine, which we're also using on the property across the street. But we wanted something to anchor, a significant tree there to anchor that corner and kind of announce the entry, but not overdo it. So, the pine on the left, we have sycamores and oaks on the right, and just kind of a more effortless approach to that. And then lastly, along Yin and Alley, I know that was a big topic of discussion at the last hearing. Our approach there is to cite, we have just a few different tree species. we really love the idea of having some deciduous trees there to help with seasonal interest, but also have that beautiful branching pattern against the, you know, the building architecture and those white walls. But we didn't want to overpower the building with too many trees. So we tried to pull back a bit there, but still have them be compatible. The understory there, instead of having this mosaic approach where the plantings are all intermixed, we felt like just more simplistic masses of, you know, maybe 3 different species would be appropriate there. So, you know, things like rhamnus, ceanothus. I'm looking at Commissioner McClure because he knows what that means. And maybe some aloes accented throughout, but simplistic, but somehow not contemporary. So, you know, big swaths of different textures. And did I miss anything?
No, I think you got it all.
Planting, yeah.
All right.
I think that concludes my part of the presentation. Do you have anything to add, Brian or Matt?
I think we obviously are going to pay attention to the rest of those comments on the minutes.
Yeah.
We see you next.
Yep, sounds good. All right, if that concludes your presentation, we'll close it and go to public comment. Anyone wishing to comment in the room?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. At this time, I don't have any speaker slips for in-person public comment for this item. Though if anyone in the room would like to speak under this item, you can approach the podium at this time. But I'm not seeing any movement, so I will move to virtual participation. And we do have one hand raised at this time, but if anyone else that's online would like to speak under this item, you can raise your hand at this time. Pedro Toscano, I'm going to allow you to speak, and you will have 2 minutes. You should be able to unmute now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you very much, commissioners, for the time to voice my concerns. My name is Pedro Toscano. I'm a member of the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. I live in the local area and work and recreate in the vicinity of this upcoming development. I would like to ask that the city should require the project to be built with contractors that will hire locally, pay prevailing wage, utilize apprentices from state-accredited apprenticeship programs. These workforce requirements will reduce construction-related environmental impacts while benefiting the local economy and stimulating workforce development. Thank you very much for your time, commissioners. I appreciate it and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I don't see any more hands raised for virtual participation. So, and we did not receive any written correspondence for this item. So I'm going to give it back to you.
All right, great. Thank you. All right, so to the commission for questions. Who would like to start? Commissioner Butler?
Oh, okay. I have just 3 questions. Can you go back to the landscape design, Doc? If you can scroll in on the Garden and Yananali entrance, because I know last time there was a lot of discussion about that part of the landscaping, and I'll kind of restrain my, so first of all, I'd like the improvement, but the steps into the area seems a little tight, just a little bit narrow. Yeah, that seems a little, it's hard to tell from this.
So
I'll
the
just
question
say,
is how wide is it?
is that narrow?
Is that too
How
narrow?
narrow is that?
That seems narrow.
It's 10 feet, right?
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it
Go
narrow?
ahead. It's, I know what you mean. It's quite a large space, actually. So we went back and forth with a few different dimensions there. It's 10 feet on the plans.
It's 10
right
feet?
now. So
Okay. My next question is, you have a lightning bolt down the middle of the paving area, is that correct? This stripe down the middle?
The runnel, the lightning bolt.
I wouldn't.
What is that representative of? Can you tell me a little more about that, please? And that's the design that would, okay. And did you say it would be flat it would be the same surface. Okay.
Not having water like a typical runnel would.
Right, it's not meant.
Runnel idea.
Okay. And then you mentioned you introduced brick. Can you show us where the brick is that you introduced to the project?
Yeah, so
Do you want to take that one?
Yeah, so if you, kind of at that entry landing, at those stairs we were just talking about, it's integrated into that landing, and so it's flanked by the benches there. So that's brick, and then there is some brick up over near the arch. So kind of integrated into the accent paving. So there's like 3 or 4 different materials at each accent paving area, and brick is one of them.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Commissioner Doran?
On the, my question is about, I guess, the eastern edge of the site. And it's about the Laguna Channel, which is, I understood, part of the project. Have you touched that? Have you changed it from what we saw the last time?
No, absolutely not. It's
Okay.
dictated by the bio report.
If a pedestrian is on the drive, is crossing the driveway, walking towards the channel, say carrying a pair of binoculars, how far can that person
Looking
get?
for a certain bird.
How far can that person get before they run into a fence or an edge? The last time that I was told the channel was not going to be accessible, pedestrian accessible.
Correct, yeah.
So how far to this,
They can't. There's
Yeah.
a fence right along the driveway.
fence
So
right along the driveway?
there's
So that's
two
where the private
fences.
reserve starts. Got
Yes,
it.
so alongside the driveway, it's a 42-inch high split rail, I believe. We have a detail on the last page.
And that's what we saw last time.
Yes, same as what you saw last time. And then at the top of bank, it's the taller wrought iron with the open picket.
Where the binoculars come in handy.
Yep.
A spotting scope from that distance.
All right. Other questions? Questions? Yep. Commissioner McClure.
Well, right on, the fence that you just mentioned, is that immediately adjacent to the drive, or is it set back a couple of feet?
It's probably back a
It's
couple of
set
feet.
back
or
a couple
It's on
feet.
the 50-foot line,
It's-
right?
It kind of varies a bit, but you can see there's a blue dash line, which is the ESHA boundary, and then the fence is,
But it's not consistent, it has to follow a more like a setback line?
it has
Top
to
of it.
follow a setback line,
Do you
I
think that'll
believe.
look funny, that it has to, like, you're starting off
Meander.
at 2, and then it gets to be 1, and then it gets to be right on the...
Probably, yeah. I think we're still, this is a preliminary design, so I think I like the idea of keeping it consistent there as much as we can, so, because you're right, I think it would look weird to have it wiggle.
And then secondly, on the permeable paving concrete, I read an article that they're having trouble with those original installations. Is there something more modern that makes that not the case now? It's not really our purview, but I heard the durability's not great.
They can be a challenge to maintain, yes. That's part of the reason why I did visit the Laguna Blanca property, because I think that went in, gosh, I don't know, I think at least 8 years ago, more maybe. And it looks great. I don't know how it's functioning. But I will say that previously we had just kind of the standard permeable paver, like unit paver, and we wanted something else, something more unique and less commercial.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Let's.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Lemick.
I know you aren't into your lighting yet.
No.
But you will light that driveway.
Yes. I mean, just enough lights, not heavily.
Can I comment?
Sure. Start us off.
I hope that driveway doesn't take on the characteristic of an alley, which can be not comfortable maybe. And
Not LA.
no, alley.
It was in L.A. Now it'll be an alley.
So, and maybe nighttime isn't, predominant use of it, but nevertheless, I would think you would want to make an effort to make that a street, a long street or whatever. And with regard to landscaping, the building is kind of nondescript on that, on that east side adjoining that driveway. I'm wondering if the landscaping couldn't help that, just by laying on the walls, bright colors, bougainvillea, Capa de Oro, whatever, things that are there that would make that drive in there worthwhile. You can't put windows there because it's the back of the building. So you can't display, women's clothes and whatever. But something to make that alley more interesting and make it enjoyable. I mean, one of the things for downtown Santa Barbara right now is that in the evening, there's no light. There's no lighting downtown State Street to speak of. You're puzzled on me. I walk down State Street at night and it's just.
Well, how do you know then?
Huh?
Then how do you know?
It's dark. It's dark. It's dark.
Well, look, I completely, it's a good comment.
Yeah,
Completely.
and I'm not on your design team, so we'll ignore
Well,
it.
then we can incorporate it into our comments as we're going here. And we're obviously especially focusing on landscape. That's what they're asking us for. And so that, incorporating that as a comment, I think seems reasonable as
Landscape will help that
discussing it,
driveway,
yeah.
or that alley, or whatever, yeah.
Okay, other comments? Commissioner McClure, do you want to?
The tile for the runnel was very nice.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget your microphone.
I think it was just doing that without you.
Okay, so, and in general, are you thinking that the hardscape materials are, the palette is good?
I think it is good.
Okay, great. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In general, I like the changes that have been made, and I think it's a good project.
Mm-hmm. Great. Anything else?
Well, I think the true function of a runnel is that it's conveying water to a pool or whatever. And you, of course, don't have that here. You could run that lightning strike or whatever straight until it comes to that larger island of planting.
Yeah.
And make it look like it's functioning in a more traditional manner as a runnel would.
Make the runnel run more.
Yeah, it could be.
Whatever.
In a straight line.
Go to Casa de Herrero. Go to Casa de Herrero.
So
look at
I
the
had
runnel.
a similar thought was, part of I like the idea, runnel idea, and I think if you do it as a paving pattern flowing or something else and where your arches come in and all that, that sounds great. But the only thing that didn't seem to be consistent with that concept is that the only runnels that I know don't jog until they hit something, and then they hit a pool or they hit a moment, and then they go around it or underneath, and then they pop back up or whatever.
Exactly.
So it may be a little bit, and you think you can probably get it to work as more of a straight shot, and then it goes for a similar thought up at the top there, where you're zigzagging to get online so you can do the long. Maybe having it hit something and then go sideways, go 90 degrees or whatever your degree is there, but. Yeah, have a little bit more of the geometry of a traditional runnel.
People may be inclined to not want to walk on the implied runnel, and so what you got at where it jogs in the main area there is you've got a real restricted area between the planter that's to the south of that jog and the jog itself. And so people may kind of wonder, do I walk on that or don't I? And you may want to just kind of make sure that you got a path of travel that kind of ignores the runnel and makes it comfortable for people to walk there. And
then you can make it into a splash pad, like shoot up waterfall. Okay. Yeah, Commissioner Jordan.
Just to make things complicated, I think the problem is the word runnel, because it's linked to water. If you call it something else, stripe or whatever, and I look at it and say, if you took it out entirely, that long walkway is plain. If you run a straight line, it's dull. So the jog works in terms of one jog is fine, two jog. Frank Lloyd Wright used to say, 3 lines is fine, 5 lines is too many. So one jog midpoint is enough to give it the flex. But don't use the word runnel, because runnel's is concerned with water, and there's no water, not going to be any water in it. So call it something else. But I see the value of it, and I see the virtue of the design as it is. Like I said, just to make it complicated.
Unless you put blue tile in it.
Right.
And then we're good.
Well, the nice thing is we can just say study.
Study.
And then you heard all the comments.
More poetry.
Yeah, there you go. Runnel poetry or otherwise. Okay, what other comments do we have that people want to add to this? Is in general, Commissioner McClure, also on the trees and how that has been
Streamlined.
Yeah, exactly.
I like that.
Okay, great.
Us down at this end of the table, we're thinking about blue tile. But maybe that's just too traditional and too trite. And maybe the terracotta is a nice departure from blue runnel tile. I think it is. So,
okay.
I want to say this landscape plan is, particularly at the entry area there at the corner of Yananali and Garden, is much more appropriate than they were going before. And it's really a nice landscape plan.
Yeah, I think it's been edited to a very nice point and kind of shifted around. Okay.
Doesn't take a motion.
Anything
does it?
else? So we can go with the motion with the following comments, right? To continue, right? Because this continue indefinitely, or do you have a time frame in mind? No. Oh, because there has to be.
Well, I think the first comment ideally would be that the changes to the plan are acceptable relative to
The changes to the
Kathleen's-
building and landscape. Because
Well,
you
I-
also showed us some building additional pieces.
Yeah,
Which I didn't hear any.
I'm okay with
problem
them.
It
Yeah,
seems
and
like everyone's-
that's related to what Kathleen needs to do for the SCD, so your support of that is obviously important.
Okay.
Should we take a straw vote? Or
Yeah, let's see, is there,
Who's
well, I'll
supportive?
just say, is there anyone against the building, against the changes to the building, at least in massing or, additional square footage or the placement of it? Okay, great. So that we can say that we're in supportive of it. And then we can give comments on the landscape, and then it would just be for indefinite continuance or indefinite continuance with those. Okay, so let me take a shot at the summary, and then we'll add and edit as needed. Okay, so first, thank you for coming back and addressing especially the landscape concerns that the commission had. We find this very much a wonderful development. So thank you for all your work on that. The proposed additional square footage and change in floor plan of the buildings are acceptable as submitted.
And I think you would add floor plan and elevation
And
because
elevations, yeah,
they
good point.
change.
Yep. Floor plans and elevations for the architecture is acceptable as submitted. And we'll continue with the architectural comments to come back at a later date. And then for the landscape comments, the drive aisle is much improved, not with the palm tree alley, to change to more natural, and it's very supportive. The additional comment on that entrance drive is to study carefully the architecture on the left side as you drive in, and how it plays against the wall, so that there's an interesting drive design, because it is the back of the building, and a long drive. As well, the additional comment on the driveway was to light it in such a way that it doesn't feel like an alley, and that to look at having a more straight or other design, but to not have the drive respond so directly to the top of bank setback. I think is a summary, Commissioner.
I think it had to do with the fence.
Oh, the fence.
I think
Okay,
that
so
the fence would respond to the driveway.
Yeah, respond to the driveway, great, okay. Fence respond to the driveway as opposed to the top of bank setback. The current plant amount and design for at the Garden and Yananali intersection, as well as along Yananali and along Garden, are appropriate as shown. And any other comments? Yeah, so also to continue to study the runnel or brick center design, for it to either be more run-alike or more non-run-alike.
Or just don't call it a run.
Exactly. Yes. And that the hardscape palette as submitted is very acceptable, including both the driveway, or the parking, and the hardscape used throughout. So the palette is acceptable. And any other comments I missed?
I'll move for indefinite continuance with those comments.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second under discussion. Any other discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I'll begin with Commissioner McClure.
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Butler.
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan.
Yes.
Commissioner Drury.
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg.
Abstain.
Commissioner Lenvik.
Yes.
Vice Chair Uli.
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, onward.
Good luck.
Good
Item
luck.
4 at 4 o'clock.
What's that?
Item 4 at 4 o'clock.
Item, oh wait, 4, yeah, 4. Okay, yeah, so we're, and we are 40 minutes behind, so let's pick up the pace here.
4.
Okay.
40 minutes behind 4
40,
o'clock on item 4.
exactly. Okay, so this is for a new item for 901 State Street, located in EPV. Proposal for redevelopment of the existing 3-story commercial building to provide new performance hall, dressing rooms, offices, private recording studio spaces, practice rooms, teaching studios, an ensemble percussion studio, student lounge, and rooftop event space. The project includes a new stair and elevator tower to allow access to all levels, including the basement and rooftop lobby. The project proposes construction of 2,900 square feet of new non-residential floor area and a height increase of to 56 feet. As currently designed, the project requires HLC approval of a development plan and city council designation as a community benefit project for allocation of new non-residential square footage and for the project to exceed the maximum height limit of 45 feet in a CG zone. Once designated as a community benefit project, Planning Commission must make the required findings for the exception to the height limitation. A voluntary lot merger is also proposed. No final appealable action to take place at this meeting. Project compatibility findings and development plan findings will be required for project design approval. All right, so with that, welcome. And if you would introduce yourselves for the record, and then we will go to staff for any comments, and then you'll have 15 minutes to present. So, all right.
You want to turn your microphone?
Oh, yeah.
Down at the bottom.
Did that work?
Yep.
Okay, there we go. Hi, I'm Shauna Quill. I'm the president and CEO of Music Academy of the West. It's an honor to be here. Thank you for taking the time to listen to our proposal. Here with me is Mike Holliday. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Michael Holliday, we're the local architects for the project.
Heidi Jones, land use consultant.
And so, shall I begin with my?
Oh, and actually, so we'll
Chair
jump to
Grumbine,
staff,
yeah.
and then we'll come back to you for the presentation.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm the case planner for the project, Carly Ernest, and just a couple comments that the project is headed to City Council on December 16th for designation as a community benefit project, and that is to allocate new non-residential square footage and also for the project to exceed the 45-foot height limit in the CG zone. And even though the project is able to exceed the 45 feet, it still needs Planning Commission to make the required height findings to propose the height that they're proposing. And so we have those findings today that we can pull up when you're ready to go into comments and make your motion so that you can comment on those for Planning Commission to consider. And also, as currently designed, HLC would be the decision maker of the development plan. So we also have those development plan findings available for your review, but staff would be able to assist with those when it actually comes time to making them. And I'll leave it at that, but I'm available for questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so to the applicant, you've got 15 minutes, go for it. And if our computer continues to work, that's great.
Well, again, thank you for allowing us the time with you today. I'm Shauna Quill, President and CEO. The Music Academy of the West has been one of the stalwart nonprofits here in this area for 78 years. We've been located in Montecito behind Iron Gates, and we've been providing amazing education to students from around the globe. But we have this vision, and we want to dream today with you about showing you our new vision, which is to get beyond the gates, which is to be more part of the community in downtown Santa Barbara, which is to provide education from those 0 to 100. So to have a place that is centered on State Street, which can be year-round offering programs to support our children and our non-children of all ends, to provide programming, whether it's classical music, maybe it's jazz. There's so much that can be dreamed in here in having this space together, which, as you'll see, looks like nothing else that is downtown. To have a place where we can have performances, lectures, masterclasses, teaching, but also have costume shops in the basement, all of the things, the recording studios. It allows us, the Music Academy, to also partner with arts organizations from throughout the county, and those phone calls are already starting, and those conversations are happening in earnest. So I'll let them give you the detail, but I just want to say this is a new era of the Music Academy, one where we want to be complete value add to our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Heidi Jones. I was just going to reiterate what Carly mentioned, that we will be going to City Council for Community Benefit Economic Development Project designation. We're looking forward to that, and we look forward to your comments today.
Good evening, Chair Gumbrand and members of the commission. Michael Holliday, I'm with DMHA. We're the local architects for the project. We're also working with Brooks plus Scarpa, Huber from Los Angeles. As you may know, Brooks plus Scarpa was a 2010 National AIA Firm of the Year, and Larry and Angie won the gold medal for design in 2022. So they're well known for these kind of performance venues, and I think when I show you some of the interiors, we're hoping that we get some of the expression on the exterior that reflects the creativity that we're bringing to the interior. So we're very excited to present this to you today. Essentially, it's a 25,000 square foot interior adaptive reuse and renovation project. That's what we're doing. We are adding a 3,000 square foot roof deck, which is all down below. We need a little bit of height adjustment there, with a 200 square foot restrooms on the upper roof deck. So that's kind of the whole presentation. So we have a tight schedule that we're trying to maintain, so we really appreciate your comments, and we hope to be back for preliminary design approval in January. So we're moving forward. We just wanted to orient you to the exterior of the building. You probably know the building quite well. It's 901 State Street, the old anthropology building, in desperate need of some aesthetic improvements and refinements, which is what our proposed project is going to be doing. So here's the view right there from Cannon Perdido, looking back into the corner. The only very modest changes and sort of respectful changes, we think, to the exterior are just removing the man door on the right-hand side there. So it's shown here. This will be actually filled in and all plastered and repainted. All the woodwork will be maintained and enhanced. So the changes to the exterior on State Street are very minor, other than we have to slightly enlarge the upper area to make the stair tower work. So all this moldy paint area is all going to be redone, and this just needs to be slightly enlarged.
Can you maximize that PDF real fast?
Yeah, how do we do this?
Up on the top right.
Right here?
No, next one.
Right there.
Yeah.
Maximize.
Yeah. Perfect.
There we go.
Thanks.
Yeah, so a little bit enlargement of this stair tower and just filling in that door. Other than that, we're kind of restoring, even keeping the exterior doors on the front. Around the rear of the building, though, this is where we need to make an addition, and very sort of modest. This whole existing trellis piece right here is going to be removed, and this parcel is what the Music Academy owns. So we've got to put a service elevator and a rear stairway in order to allow the whole project to work, to sort of fill in this gap. These trees on the front will remain, but the trellis piece and the planter and the palm tree will be going away, and we're going to be filling in that little area there. Just gives you a sense for what's going on the exterior. We are going to be proposing some solar panels on top of the roof up here, and it's going to be virtually invisible from the ground plane, but just we want to give you a little bit of context. This is the sketch that we want to show you as far as what we're proposing, and we've got what we've I want to show you the interior before, and I want to come back to this to show you why this is the addition of the building, essentially from this point to here, this little glass window element, and then this is the stair core and the elevator tower that basically flushes out. We've got an entry down here in the ground plane. This is a little photo montage of what it would look like in real life. And I wanted to show you why we're suggesting this. So on the ground floor, it's essentially program spaces and restrooms on the downstairs. So this is all below grade function space. On the first level, which is at the street level, this is our accessible path. What happened?
Technology is against us.
Technology failed here.
Just give it a second. It should pop back on. It has been. There we go.
Yeah, we're back. Just don't touch it, we're fine.
Try to avoid touching.
Okay, I didn't touch that, but we won't. Anyway, the accessible path of travel is from the street front out here, and this is going to be a pre-reception space, so those are those doors, and this is a 2-story volume. Then this enters into the major, we're calling it the jewel, the sort of central performance space. And we'll show you why that space is going to be so special. There's stairs here, elevator core, and then other sort of back-of-house functions on the backside. This is the new service elevator and stairway core that we need to add to the back. This is an existing trash and recycle and service, dock-high service area here on the first floor. This is what's being proposed for the interior, sort of this oculus space that opens up to and we're actually punching it all the way through the roof with a skylight. And there's a lot of reasons for this. The space needs to be this volume to accommodate a 90-person orchestra. So for this will be one of the most finely tuned acoustical spaces on the West Coast when we're done. The wood elements are actually open wood elements that allow the acoustics to go through, and all the fine tuning of the acoustics happen above that wood plane. So it's sort of semi-permeable, but it's going to allow for all kinds of tuning to the acoustics of the space for a multiplicity of functions and venues. So to make this happen, we had to carve out this portion of the second floor. So this just is, again, the pre-function space. There's a donor hall here, an open area that views into this space, so you'll be able to actually look from the second floor into the performance space. The oculus gets a little smaller as we go up to the third level. These are all rooms. We can come back to this if you've got any questions about what's up there, but we just wanted to show you why we're doing what we're doing. So this is going to have very much a musically shaped interior. So that's the sort of inspiration for this. And that even these elements are going to find their way all the way back out to the front of the space. So even though you're inside the building, you'll be able to look from outside and see sort of this really creative, musically inspired interior that is really, trying to be a beautiful example of how the space can not only be functional, but also have some real creative inspiration to it. On the roof deck, the oculus goes all the way up and lets natural light penetrate down into the space. So this is the new addition on the roof deck, which is essentially down below the height of the existing roof. There's going to be an outdoor bar area, some upstairs restrooms, stairways, service elevator, and some plantings that sort of surround this space. And then this is going to be a new rooftop venue, and with the photovoltaic panels are planned on this area right here. So this helps to explain why we need to add this little addition to the rear. And then when we looked at this, we were thinking there was such creativity on the interior, what could we do to do something that's kind of unique and expressive and a little bit different, yet respectful to the building on the exterior. So these are some of the initial sketches, and just to show you, again, the front is virtually unchanged. The back is adding this one big piece of element. This is all white plaster here. This just shows you the additional element there. Existing service doors on the back, and this is that little archway that's existing. The reason for that, we looked across the street. This is what we're looking right across the street. Pretty interesting geometries and architecture going on there. And then this was Robert Inglehoyt, the architect for the garage structure, which was pretty interesting, the way that these geometries sort of came together and played against each other and kind of complemented each other. So even though it's just a parking garage, there's some interesting sort of precedents there for the design moves that we're looking at. So the only this little kind of swoop space and then the inverted window kind of helps to play off the existing, windows and so forth here. So this is, we're here for a concept review, so this is the first time you guys have seen this project. But we're really excited about it, and the interior's moving forward at a quick pace. So we wanted the exterior to have some sort of creative expression that says this is a musical performance venue, and that's why we've kind of taken a little bit of liberty with this to try to make it interesting and complimentary, but it's backed up right against the parking garage, and we feel like it's going to be a nice little complement to the existing building architecture. So we hope this is part of the revitalization of State Street. We're proud to see the arts sort of leading the way, and we're doing it on the interior, so we're hoping we can do some nice work on the exterior that complements that. So that concludes our presentation. We're available for answer any questions.
Great. All right, so with that, we will now go to public comment on this item.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. At this time, I do have 2 speaker slips for in-person public comment, though if there's anyone else in the room that would like to speak, you can fill out a speaker slip along that wall and bring it up to me, and I will call your name. We'll start with Dean, forgive me if I pronounce this wrong, Cater, and then it'll be followed by Danner Scheffler. So Dean can approach the podium, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
I'm Dean Carter, and I'm
Make sure the microphone. Oh, is the microphone on?
Is it on?
Is it green glowing? Yeah.
Did I use my 2 minutes?
There.
No, I will be quick. I'm a longtime person who is, although I'm a head of HR formerly for Patagonia, I am a lifelong believer in how the exterior spaces impact humans, and I think the how space impacts life and how we live is super important. And as a member of the Academy, it was so important for us not to stay behind those gates for a very long time. I chaired the new community committee, and we're committed to showing up, not behind that gate and forcing people to drive all the way over into Montecito, but show up on downtown Santa Barbara on State Street and interact with the community and engage, because we can't just keep expecting them to drive over to Montecito or go into the large buildings like the Granada. So we've made a very accessible, very human space, we believe, at one of the most important intersections of Santa Barbara, because we wanted to do something that was a gift to the community and show up and walk our talk. So anyhow, that's what we're here for. And we're really excited about being a part of Santa Barbara and not just stuck over here in a side place on the beach in Santa Barbara, but really be a part of the community. So that's why we're doing this. So thank you very much for that consideration.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we'll have Danner Scheffler.
Hi, and thank you for hearing us today. Danner Scheffler. I am the board chair of the Music Academy of the West, and my team here has said everything that I wanted to say too, but I will just put in that being on State Street in the historical design district was so important to us, because what we do is preserve history and look to the future. And I think State Street in its revitalization is doing the same thing. And we wanted to be a part of it. And so we have, if you've ever been to our Montecito campus, you know that we respect architectural history and architecture extremely well. And we plan on doing that here. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I don't have any more speaker slips for in-person public comment, so I will move to virtual participation. If anyone online would like to speak, they can raise their hand at this time.
Someone gave me a letter who couldn't stay because of the delay. Could I submit that? No.
And I will move on to, since we don't have any raised hands, that we did not receive any written correspondence for this item at the time of public comment closing. So I will give it back to you.
All right, thank you. Okay, to the commission for questions. Questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Commissioner Drury.
Yes, about that tower on Cannon Perdido, do you have any height comparisons in the neighborhood, like from Nordstrom's? Because 56 feet is a bit. I can't. No, that's
okay. It's a bit much.
I was going to say, but that's a comment. So do you have anything, the buildings around about, like that tower, do you have an idea how tall that is for us? Not the tower on your project, but the tower that you
Nordstrom tower you had.
Yeah. We can do a comparative study, just let me go back to these context photos. This sort of shows the parking garage right next door. Let me see. This is obviously the building in the front. That's the.
Right.
And then on the back side, there's the two-story, this is the volume that's existing right there. And there's the existing archway. And then this is sort of buried back in that little corner right here.
Right.
There's we could do a section and come back with a section and compare it if that's a concern. The height of that stairway is the minimum that it needs to be. So we're not trying to make it any higher than it actually has to be for the elevator overrun and the stair tower. That probably, this is off-site, but if the board's interested, we could do some section cuts to come back and show like that whole street section there, just to see how tall this is. But it's essentially trying to be the minimum height that it needs to be to fill the functions that are required, so.
If you do a comparison, please share it with the commission. That'd be appreciated.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
think a section would probably do that.
Canary Hotel, I don't know if that's. The Canary Hotel is higher.
Yeah, there's, of course, the Canary Hotel, which is way higher, and the other structures that are there, and even the tower right across the street, I think, we can do some sections to show sort of the comparative aspects of, we got these elements there.
Sorry, I was just going to add, that's part of the reason we have the community benefit request, because it allows us to have that height to accommodate that function that's needed for the building.
All right.
Chair,
Other
Chair
questions?
Grumline, if I may, I think at this time it would be helpful to maybe pull up the findings that the Planning Commission would have to make for the exception to the height limitation. I think it's one of the last slides of the PowerPoint. And in your motion today, if you can please comment on these findings for Planning Commission to consider. So even though they are allowed to propose above the 45-foot height limit, Planning Commission still needs to make these findings.
So demonstrated need, architecture and design, livability, and sensitivity to context. So, and to their, just to throw a comment into their question, I think that's going to be part of it is the context having comparable, like the tower, which I've walked by there many times. I'm pretty sure that the tower's well above what you guys are proposing, but that's good for you to come back with in terms of what the local comparisons are for the area.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Vice Chair.
Question for staff. So does the Planning Commission need to make all of these elements or one of them?
All of the ones that are applicable. So for instance, C would not apply because the project does not include residential units.
All right, thanks.
Okay. Good point. Okay, so additional questions from the Commission. Commissioner Lodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just why does that tower need to be so tall, the elevator tower on the Canon Bernito side?
If you can go to the maybe elevations and kind of, or floor plans and show us.
This actually shows the comparative height. This is all in scale with the tower on the front of the building, and then you can see the tower on the rear of the building. So
So if you can zoom in and show us why it needs to be this tall.
Probably need to have a section that would show why these elements are. We have a roof deck, of course, but this existing element, we're adding a restroom to this, so it looks like it's about that 10 feet there. Yeah, 10 foot 6 inches above that existing roof line right there, and we can indicate what the existing height is, because there is a tower that's up there right now. It looks like, so 54 feet 6 3/8, and then if we go this way, it's 54 feet 6 3/8, and then you can see a little bit of that stair tower element right there. So I do think it's a good idea to be able to show comparative heights off of our.
So, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I think Commissioner Lodge's question was, what's driving it?
Yes.
And I would suggest it's likely the elevator requirements that are driving the height,
Yeah,
not the stairs and not the restroom.
Yeah, the stairs in the restroom are in the front piece. What's driving the rear is the elevator height for that.
And they're very.
And then a commercial, so it's overrun.
And they're very particular.
Yes.
And just to add, the reason that there are two elevators, one, you have to go into the building, and so we wanted to be able to access all levels of the building independently, so that is why we added an elevator to the back.
Okay.
And both have to go up to the roof.
And both would be basically about the same size, at least, on that, yeah. Okay. Are there any other questions? Commissioner
Yes,
Heinsberg?
yes, thank you. Thank you for this presentation. It's really exciting. So I just have a few questions for you. On the elevation, the side elevation, the Canon Perdido, where you have a large window that is sort of has, I don't know, stained glass or some kind of decorative signage type of window, if I was reading that correctly?
Yes.
Yes, right down here. I was curious why you chose, am I understanding that right? It looked like there was some kind of decorative wrought iron or something. Why did you choose that location as opposed to something more up on, towards State Street or up on the upper left corner or something that would really be, that corner is just so prominent of State and Canon Perdido. I was just curious why you chose that location as opposed to something, or a duplicate maybe, up there at the front.
So this is not finalized,
Of course.
may I just say?
Those curls are
tell,
just like that.
I have never seen that iron squiggle on anything. So I can't speak to the rationale about it, but we are in a branding, we're working with a company to work on all of this signage and everything. And we will obviously want to make something really beautiful on all sides, because we want anyone walking by to be as inspired about what's going on and so that they can see in. And that's something we really wanted to capture. If you go back to the Aurora, you'll notice it does not cover up these windows. Normally you go into a performance hall and it's a black box essentially. We very much wanted to inspire people walking and being able to see the creativity inside, so they want to participate by coming inside. So, yes, the windows and the access in and out of them are very important to us.
Yeah, and
So
then
that
just-
might be something you would consider moving forward, looking at the front elevation, for example?
There will be signage, and signage will be a completely different submittal. So this is an existing window. Both of these are existing windows, these two windows right here. And so our addition actually starts back here. So these are two existing additions. So what we're trying to do is suggest that we do something creative here, maybe that just,
Right.
identifies that we haven't even come up with the graphic for what the music education center will be. So that's all existing. It was just an idea we could do something creative there. And then when we thought about what does this want to look like, there is the height that it has to be, by the way. So that's the defined elevator overrun. And so this little gesture here was just to try to, add some creativity to the exterior without doing much more than we need to, so.
Okay, great. Also, can we go to speaking of this, the window that you've added that has the curve at the bottom, so it's like a flip of all the other windows. Can you just kind of run us through how that relates to the interior? How that penetrates through?
To the applicant through the chair. You can use the mouse. That might be easier to navigate than,
There we go.
Okay.
So which one do you want to go?
The new window here that's, has. The inverted one.
Oh,
Yeah,
we're
the
gonna have to-
inverted one.
We get out of the large screen.
And also while we're here,
Really
this
clunky.
door, that's going into that space, which is not a conditioned space. So you go through that arched opening and then you're.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
Exterior. This is about as simple and clean as it needs to be.
Right.
to-
So take me inside and let's look at that inverted new window and how that is relating to the interior design.
So nothing below grade. So here's the existing window right here. that
Yes.
we've
Yes.
shown. And then right at the edge of the building, the window is right here. Let's go
Okay.
to the next level. Let's go to the next level up. There's that window that goes all the way up. This is the large window here with what we're proposing, some decorative element. This lets light into this little core space here. There's the elevator element. And then the idea was that this runs all the way up.
Okay.
Runs up there. Of course, this is our interior space, and then runs all the way up to on the exterior.
Okay,
So
great.
that's why, since it was such an interesting element, I said, hey, wouldn't it be kind of interesting if that actually inverted and did something a little creative toward the back of the building, because there's so much happening on the interior that we wanted to begin to express it on the exterior.
Okay, and then, thank you. And then one other question on the interior, if we could look to the floor plan on the first floor. And this is kind of out of our, I'm just asking, I'm trying to understand the circulation and the exiting out of the building, particularly on the rear side, because it looks like you come out and then you've got these stairs going down. We've been having this all day.
So the primary exit and entrance is for State Street, but we did line up
hold,
the
actually, hold.
doors. Sorry.
Yeah, just
Oh,
let it
don't
rest.
touch.
It self-heals, sorta. Maybe
Yeah,
not.
it's just a comment about the whole exiting system for the building, because you have quite a large occupancy. So I just was noticing that it
Yeah,
looked,
We've been working on that. We just changed it to have that back entrance go straight. It was
With a ramp?
previously like, so anyway, we're working on that.
okay.
but the
Again, that's not
ADA
really our thing,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
we can't help ourselves.
Okay, so, and speaking of which, to keep us moving here.
That's all my questions.
Yeah, okay, so unless there's any other big question, I think we should jump to comments.
I have
Oh, yeah, Commissioner Jordan.
a question about that inverted window. Why is that consistent with the Spanish colonial revival architecture of State Street? In what way?
Yeah, good question. I mean, what we've tried to do here is something a little bit creative that tries to work with the existing building. Obviously, if this board feels like we can't do that, then we're going to have to add cornices and turn it into something that looks like it's always been part of the building. So our concept was to, because it's just this back corner part of the building, that because the interior is so dramatically shaped, that this would be consistent with what you can look up and down State Street right across. That's why I showed the context photos of the garage right across the street. A lot of interesting geometry.
Is there another inverted window like that downtown?
No, there's not, that we have seen. And obviously, the interior will be like nothing we've seen either, so we're.
Well, but the interior, first of all, is not our purview.
Correct.
Second question, what does the top of the tower on Canon Perdido look like? Because on the drawings, it's just a line. What is the top of that tower?
She's controlling now, so we'll let her go.
Will you give me verbal direction?
What's the roof of the tower?
Oh, it's, well, if you want to go back to the roof plan?
Are you asking because you have 3 o'clock line and then you have a swooped line?
Yeah, it's going to be
On your drawing, it's just a drawing, it's just
Yeah.
a crayon line. What is the top of that tower?
If you go to the roof deck, I can kind of maybe show you at least what's being proposed.
The laptop is now working if you'd like to control. I'm sorry for the difficulties today.
Yeah, so if you can go to the roof plan.
It's your
You can drive now.
Oh, it's back, we're back.
Yeah, we're back.
Thank you. Okay, so there's, yeah, so you're asking what's the top of this look like?
That tower,
Yes.
what is that tower, what is the top of that tower?
It's gonna
Because
be-
that's just a crooked line.
Right, it's going to be a plaster, just like a clean plaster parapet element that goes
Straight
all the
or
way around.
scooped like that?
Yeah, and that's what the swoop would be. So
So it's gonna
that's
be
all you're
small.
going to see. The swoop would just be a clean plaster element that's just
Is
there
there
at the top.
another rooftop downtown that has that kind of just plastered swoop?
Not that I,
Okay, that's my question.
Okay, so let's roll into comments now because we're kind of starting to roll into it anyway, so we might as well have the discussion.
I have a couple of comments.
Okay, but hold on, before we start, I want to frame it a little bit. So, they're coming to us for conceptual very early and also with this benefits thing. So I think there's going to be aesthetic stuff, and I don't even have to ask questions because a lot of the questions were just asked, and the discussion's going to be had. I think there's going to be 2 major parts that we're going to want to weigh in. One is on the basic massing of the elevator, the tower, the breaking of the height, and the infilling of the corner, and the exterior stuff, right? All the exterior changes, there's not a lot. There's the front enclosing. I doubt that it's going to be controversial. So but it's really this corner element that's going to be discussed aesthetically. But I think that there's aesthetics, and then there's also the general mass, bulk, scale, and general moves here that is probably the essential for what this team is going to need. We're still going to need to weigh in on as one of the elements is architectural design. We're going to need to weigh in on things, but I do think as the sort of whole community benefit discussion and the general moving forward of the project, those are the two main pieces that I see our discussion is. Aesthetics on one main topic, and then there's also the mass, bulk, scale, and infilling of this corner that is the other one. Is that fair in terms of from the applicant side? Okay. So, so now with that, if I would ask that commissioners, we're going to need to go quickly, succinctly. So if everyone can give a minute or two snippet of what those, especially in those areas, what their comments are.
Okay.
Okay.
I appreciate that. I will start off and.
Commissioner Lenvick starting. Yep.
People can kick me around, okay?
Yeah, exactly. Now.
We have a paseo right next to you, which I would hope you might want to try to somehow incorporate into your project. I'm really excited about having the music facility downtown Santa Barbara. It's going to be fantastic. But I want us to try to integrate what you're doing into what we have downtown now and what we have to respect from the standpoint of the Pueblo Viejo district. My first comment would be, why have you explored other options for this stair and whatever tower? And I'm sure you have. Why haven't you brought to us an option where you put that stair and elevator tower on the back side of the building or north?
Okay, we're just jumping to comments or questions. But is there a simple reason? Because that is a question.
Yeah.
But if we're gonna
get it out of our front of our face.
Yeah, to answer your question, we have looked at some additional studies and sketches, and happy to show those if necessary. And then, but that functionally is really where programmatically where it's got to be on the corner, because if you look at the first floor plan, we got a loading dock and trash receptacle, which is on the backside. So because the elevator's got to go to all levels down below, that's the only spot on the project to locate that piece of the project.
You control all of the interior functions.
We'd have to relocate.
And there's no reason why you couldn't take and put the stairs and the elevator on that northwest corner as opposed to the.
As a question, is there?
Well, it's not a question, it's a statement. I'm telling
Okay.
you, if you need to solve a problem of what makes Santa Barbara architecture so great and how mass, scale, and bulk affects the street, then what you're presenting to us is something which does not comply with mass, scale, and bulk in the street, does not comply with Santa Barbara's architecture. It misses a lot of things in my mind.
Okay, so that's what.
And I think that we need to make sure we understand what's going on from a standpoint of how you're going to get an approval to bring this beautiful operation down to Santa Barbara and put it into a beautiful building.
Okay, so we'll go more onto that in terms of potentially looking at studying that. But I also don't want to. I want to address it as them making this move, saying they don't want to do the other move or it doesn't work for whatever reason. So at least within that context, who wants to go next? Commissioner Hansberg, go ahead.
First of all, I just am so excited about this, and I want to, express great gratitude and thanks and welcome to the Music Academy downtown. It's just really going to be amazing. And I'm very briefly, I will say, I really love the contrast between like this interior, this amazing interior, and then how you can, I see what you have attempted, to keep the building pretty much kind of as it is, but adding a few things. So I think you can definitely get there. And I don't find it a problem with the height in the two. I understand why you have these two on opposing. You have to have that for the exit. That's why I was asking about that. I think the shape you need to look at and figure out, it sort of feels to me like you were trying to find something that would sort of express some kind of exuberance about music or something like that. But you could even look at the Lobero, you know, that's like a really interesting, crazy shape over there. But, you know, so I think there's something you could do, but I think it needs to be some sort of a more musically Spanish swoop, whatever that is. So, I appreciate, you know, what you're trying to do, and I think that the power of it can be this, you know, as I say, this contrast, like we see oftentimes in Europe, where you have these ancient buildings, and then on the interior, it's just this complete contemporary thing. So, and then as you're going down the street, looking in these windows, and these are beautiful windows, you're looking in and seeing this incredible thing going on. So I really think that that is great. I do not have a problem with the height, the massing. I think it's fine. I just think you need to find some other, you know, study some other possible ways that you could do it, and not to be completely, like I'm saying, a musically Spanish swoop, whatever that is, something like that. And I think, yeah, I'll be interested to see how you deal with like this. I'd like to see some kind of strong thing at the, you know, on the front facade, that when you're coming at that corner, that you really catch it. And finally, I'm not wild about this inverted swoop. And I have to say that parking garage that you referenced is not exactly the best example, let's just put it that way. But I'm not in love with that, but I really think that, you know, this is a great thing, and I want to be supportive.
Okay.
That's all.
Let's keep moving, Commissioner Dorden.
I'll try to make mine comments as brief. In studying this, I wrote down some comments this morning, and I'll try to go through them as quickly as possible. I'm very enthusiastic about this project. It's the kind of institutional presence that stabilizes the street, and I think the interior will be recognized as one of the most exciting interior spaces in the city. The Music Academy of the West is joining other cultural venues on State Street. The Film Festival on the 900 block, the Museum of Art on the 1100 block, the Public Library in Toes Plaza just off, the Granada at the 1200, the Arlington on the 1300 block. This is a terrific collection of venues for the visual and performing arts. And when you add in to this mix the ambiance of Spanish colonial architecture, State Street should be recognized as one of the great streets on the West Coast. It really is special. I have no problem, so it's a community benefit, no doubt in my mind. I have no problem with the height of the tower, the location of the tower. I do have a problem with the design of the tower. There's an old kind of modernist axiom that somehow the interior has to be expressed on the exterior. This is Santa Barbara. It's not a modernist city. The shell and the interior can in fact speak different languages. And I think that the tectonic quality of Spanish colonial architecture respects gravity in an odd sort of way. There's a bottom and a top, and it's heavy and it's thick. And modernist architecture wants to make the wall into thin planes that you can cut inverted circles in and pop wherever. And I don't think that's appropriate for Santa Barbara, for State Street. I don't think it harms the excitement of the building or the importance of the presence of the Music Academy of the West to ask that it be a Spanish colonial exterior, because that's what you're starting with. And you also get into trouble when you fight too much what you're starting with. So those are my comments.
Okay. Commissioner Butler?
Yeah, really quickly. I agree, I don't have a concern with the height of the tower. That neighborhood's going under serious change, right? So, but the concern is the mass. And what the design right now looks very mass-heavy. So I would encourage you to take a look. It looks very bleak, et cetera. The swoop on the top is neither here nor there, but it really is the mass of the tower, but I'm not concerned with the height. The inverted window design, it's nice and all that. I don't think it fits. I don't think it really adds something significant. The other thought would be the Canon Perdido Street with those massive windows, which are terrific. If there would be some way to sort of reflect that it is a music venue, by either in the window, the design, or something else, not heavily, but enough to, add to what the building is about, that might be a consideration. This is a fantastic project. That's all.
All right. Who else wants to weigh in? Commissioner Lodge?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been around so long that I went to Music Academy events when I was at a Cates school, which was way back in ancient history. So I'm very supportive of it. I think it's a great and exciting project that will bring new activity to State Street. And I like the design, except for that inverted window. It just doesn't belong, and I suggest strongly that you not look at Robert Inglehoyt's garage, which caused great trouble.
And that was even without an inverted arch.
Yeah. So those are my comments.
All right. Vice Chair Rulli?
Notwithstanding the fact that Robert Inglehoyt is a fellow of the American Institute of Architects, there you have it.
But it was the 70s, wasn't it?
Yeah. I don't know if he became a fellow because of that garage. At any rate, I support the comments from other commissioners. I also agree that I'm not quite sure about the inverted window. I think there's an opportunity on that facade if you explore or study a window pattern that has to do with music. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, or whatever, pick a number. And create a pattern of windows that represent music. It's not any more far-fetched than an inverted window, so you might get some support here. I'm not convinced that the swoop at the top of the tower is helping you at all. In fact, it may be a maintenance nightmare where you find dead birds and all the other things kind of gathering up there that you've got to deal with on a regular basis. So you might want to study that as well. Overall, I think it's a fantastic idea, as other people have said, that the Music Academy is a world-renowned institution, and to have them on State Street is going to be fantastic. So I totally support that. I want to echo Commissioner Lindvik's suggestion that back facade, if it is an element that is going to help you provide access to the space after hours or during events, then you should make it part of the paseo. You should make a statement out of it, almost like a front door on the back of the building kind of a thing. So I would encourage you to connect it to that paseo much stronger than what you're doing now. But overall, totally supportive.
All right.
Mr. Chair?
Yep, Commissioner Drury.
I support the comments made so far, and I think you had me at the interior photograph of the practice space for the orchestra. And I think that the only stumbling block is the shape of that top of the tower. I think that gets handled. It's a real feather in the cap of you, both the Academy and Santa Barbara as a city. Thank you very much.
All right, Commissioner McClure.
And lastly, the Music Academy loves landscape, and I would encourage you to really take the upper deck planter seriously, as much soil as you can possibly get, and great irrigation and great drainage, and really take it seriously.
Okay.
I just wanted to show a sketch that you guys might like. This is another plan.
TV?
I don't know if the can zoom in. That basically was our first idea, which was to take the window and not invert it, and just it's the big square window on the bottom is existing, the square window about it. So the new addition is where the window goes more traditionally and mimics the window right next to it. We took the cornice and wrapped it right around, so that's the existing height right there, and the planters would wrap around to address Ed's comment about the mass bulk and scale, and step that back as much as we can to allow for the functions to work and then still have the entry on the bottom. That's another little sketch right down below it. Just if you're looking at sort of minimal design, we could eliminate all that and just keep it really, really simple. So those are two, these are other sketches. We like the more sort of contemporary one, which we presented, but these are some other ideas. So if this helps you guys.
Let me take a shot, because since I haven't made comments
Mr.
yet.
Chair.
And since you just did a bait and switch.
Can I have
We just
one
did the last
more
45 minutes.
minute? One more minute.
On a sign. And he's like, well, I got this one. This one.
1 minute. We can enhance our paseo system if we start making use of it as this particular occupant will be doing. And we should not ignore our paseos. Be a great place to take a mid-concert break outside, have cocktails, have paseo, whatever. But we should not ignore our paseos in the downtown area. Make use of them.
Or put an Edison transformer in because
Well,
Yeah, right in the
whatever. There was a
this.
comment last night.
Okay, we got to go quick, because
Okay,
we're
there was
very
a
late.
comment last night by Eric Friedman when he was talking about the architecture of the housing downtown. And that was to the architects, that you've got to recognize the legacy of what this town is. And he was talking about architecture. And what I see here is not respectful of the legacy of what this town is.
Okay, so I'll.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, good luck with that. And I'll try to address your designs too, all in one shot. So comment-wise, I want to separate two pieces. I think this and your sketches are actually all in the same, at least in general, of what the exception that's being asked for the height and for the addition. They're all basically the same square footage, basically the same height, right? And so it could, and that's actually a great example of, it could be all kinds of things. Yeah, it could be all kinds of things, right? But the footprint and the height is still the same, right? And that's what you're asking for right now. And I think I have had similar feelings to what I think my other fellow commissioners have had, which is that design doesn't work, but there's probably lots of designs that can work well, and this could be, some of those designs. And on top of that, you have these great opportunities, which are absolutely incredible, of having it connected with the paseo, an entrance in, a tower moment, because the reality is, we got towers all over that are way bigger than this, and you have one on the front that's just the same size. So the size of the tower, as long as it is this, and it's an opportunity as well, if you really want it to be this great side entrance to the Music Academy and pulling people in from here, and not just sort of the back door, but actually have something really interesting and impressive, then really make it an interesting, impressive tower, and go with that and lean into it, instead of sort of an addition that kind of is trying to work with some of the exterior, but then the interior too. Just get fun and creative with it and make it a very interesting tower and make it intersect with the paseo well. And I think it's an incredible opportunity to really take the paseo up a notch, take Canon Perdido up a notch, and then also provide obviously a great entrance. So I think all the pieces are here, and I'm very comfortable that it'll come back with much more study, and it'll go from crayon to markers.
Want to come with the early sketches here.
And then into refine. I would totally get it, and you're wanting to move things fast and forward, and I think this does the trick. All this stuff really helps us at least give the basic analysis for moving forward with the mass bulk scale. Right. And as one additional note is, along those findings for architectural design, one of that is, because I think obviously, Michael, you can easily do Santa Barbara architecture, eyes closed, and just continue cornices and do whatever. But the part of the findings is also that it's of exceptional character, right? So this is really a great moment, I think, for both the Music Academy architecturally here for Santa Barbara, and how these can all come together. So this can be a very exciting, creative tower. And in fact, it's even better if it is, because that makes part of our findings even easier to be this incredible thing. So without all that, I think that there was very clear support for the mass bulk scale, the project itself. Everyone loves it. It's going to be brilliant in terms of walking along in the evening and seeing it lit up, and it's going to be a great little anchor there for California State. So, and the city really needs it. So that's great. So I think there's a huge amount of support with that. The interiors were super exciting and also not our purview.
Like
So that makes it easier. Yeah, we loved seeing it, and it's very helpful, and it's very exciting. So, and the front is obviously very supportable from what everyone's saying, or I've heard. The roof deck and all that also seems very supportable as a program, and it's understandable that we need this height for the elevator. So, I'll take a shot at the summaries with that, and then, and this is for, let's see, concept, and then so we will need to make project compatibility findings and development plans findings for project design approval, so we can comment on those, and also in the context of the aesthetics as they develop forward and us looking forward to coming back.
Yeah, Anthony, I do one thing, because we're going to city council on the 16th, we can make this thing work. That's why I wanted to pull out these sketches to minimize it, but we do need the support for the mass bulk and scale so that.
Yep, totally. And I think everything we've heard, I've heard, you've got it here. So, okay, so let's start with a comment that HLC is extremely excited about this project and very much looking forward to, and thanking the Music Academy for coming downtown and bringing your great talent front and center in State Street. So we are very much appreciative of that and very excited for this venue. We are supportive of the tower and elevator addition for the mass bulk and scale of it, and for the function of the rooftop deck, and supportive of the height modification, exception, that it will be required. So we're very supportive of all of that.
Chair?
Yes.
Also, they do have the tower, there's two. There's
Yes.
I heard singular, but
So are they adding the other one too, or the other one exists?
Just the height for the elevator.
Oh, got it. Yeah. So that's a good point. So for both additions, for the elevator to reach the roof, and the additional restrooms above.
so there may be two towers. Let's
Yeah.
just put it that way.
Yeah. So so the additional comments are to study the aesthetics of the tower corner and the intersection with the Paseo, as well as making sure to have it the design to be Pueblo Viejo appropriate, and creative, and exceptional, which I think is one of our findings. Let's see the
Inverted window?
I think just. We won't get into it, the inverter window and how it makes my soul cry. But
I knew you were going to love that, Anthony, so just wanted to have that in there for you.
Yeah, okay. So we can just say to restudy. And then with also the suggestion of bringing in music, whether it is in rhythm of windows and openings or other artful ways of incorporating music into the design of this facades, it would be appreciative, or suggested. And then also we look forward to the additional development of signage and all of the ways in which the Music Academy is going to show what's going on inside, and bringing it to the street side. And the other is a comparative, as you come back, having a neighborhood comparative analysis of heights and other things so that we can find it appropriately meets those comparison towers and heights of other close by buildings. And I think that's what I have. We're missing anything?
So that last one is so that we can make the height exception.
Oh, yeah. So then, actually, let's go through those. So they're pulling up here. So we need to have the findings that the need, and we do find that is needed for the elevator shafts, and even if there's something
Chair, just to clarify, so Planning Commission is the decision maker of the exception to the height limitation, but if you can comment generally on your support of
Oh,
these
gotcha.
findings.
Okay.
And it's sounding like at this time, we don't have enough information to at least make D, because it needs more of that study with the neighborhood.
Yeah,
So
and
I just,
and
if
B.
we could, so if we could confirm in the motion that this will come back to HLC for another concept review before it goes to Planning Commission for the exception to the height
gotcha.
limitation, because at this time, I don't think you have the information to support all of these.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, yeah, I thought we were just taking over Planning Commission's authority today.
Why not, you know?
From earlier, we got.
Streamline the process.
Okay, so we're looking forward to it coming back, especially to fulfill the architectural design, exemplary design as the aesthetics get developed and studied. And then for the sensitivity to context that it will come back showing with its neighborhood analysis, and that so that we can comment on that as well. And we don't think that C applies. And we definitely see architecturally there's a need and are supportive of whatever Planning Commission.
Pardon my interruption,
Needs
Mr.
to
Chair.
accept.
Just to clarify that comment, would it be that the community benefit project height findings are generally supportable, but the commission would like to see the project return before going to Planning Commission to see items B and D further developed? Sorry, maybe I'm
Yes,
mushing it up.
I think
even more.
A has been demonstrated, C is not applicable, and B and D will need to come back as it gets developed.
Does that sound good to admin? Thank you.
What's that?
I have a quick clarification process question for Ms. Ernest. So we're going for an initiation, correct, on the 16th? Then we would come back to HLC for further concept review to study finding number D, and then go back for approval.
And B, I think.
B and D, but we will still be able to retain our December 16th date for the initiation.
That's correct.
Correct. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay, great. Were our comments good enough for this analysis? Okay, great.
I'll make a motion of a indefinite continuance with those comments.
Second.
Okay. I have a, yeah, very good. That was quick. All right, motion and second under discussion.
You've not included any comments about the paseo.
I did.
Yes, we
Yeah.
did.
You?
got that.
Yes, we did.
And you didn't include any comment about maybe a more appropriate location for the stair and elevator tower.
So I didn't for that, if they do, okay, let's have that discussion. So under discussion, how important do people feel that they move this tower, this elevator tower, if possible?
I do, because I think it would create a much better project.
Okay, I think it could be a great tower. If you do a great tower, it's right across from Nordstrom's, which is a great tower on Ken and Perdido, and there's, so I could be, if it was a beautiful, wonderful tower, that made my soul happy.
If it was an ugly tower, we wanted to move
Yeah,
it.
exactly. I mean, that's a possibility for them to move it, but it's still, you're still gonna have a tower popping up.
I think that they're opposing. To me, it works. And, they've got this incredibly challenged interior that has to all happen. And I feel like what you just said, the tower can make it all work, depending on how that gets designed. So I think that your concerns, hopefully, Commissioner Lenvik, could be, you could be made happy with the design, but right now, we know as architects that diagonal is kind of critical with the whole exiting system. And so I think that would be a real hardship to ask them to try to redesign the whole
Well,
thing.
how about this? You've heard our discussion. If you see a great solution that does involve it, have at it. But I don't think, at least from all the discussions, I don't think that is a direction, at least by the majority of the board. And I do want to move this along, but if you feel otherwise, speak now, because
I call for the question. I think we talked about it enough.
All right. So roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I'll begin with Commissioner Lodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Butler.
Yes.
Commissioner Dordan.
Yes.
Commissioner Drury.
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik.
Yes.
Commissioner McClure.
Yes.
Vice Chair Uli.
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
Good luck. All right, we're on to item 5, 813 Garden Street for concept review. This is located in EPV, proposed to construct a new 3-story.
Item 5 at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, we're an hour behind now. Okay. Proposed is a new three-story mixed-use building and an existing vacant lot. The proposed building is comprised of one accessory dwelling unit, an 8-room hotel, and one residential dwelling unit. Project includes 10 covered parking spaces and new hardscape and landscaping. Historic Landmarks Commission approval of the development plan and alternative open yard waiver is required. No final appealable action will be taken this meeting. Project compatibility findings, project development plan findings, and alternative open yard waiver findings will be required for project design approval. Oh, wow. Okay, I don't need a computer then, because we have a model. Our computer has been failing, so this makes it very easy. The show can go on.
Oh.
All right.
Wow.
It'll fit.
Let's do it. Oh, duck, Mike.
This is better than paper.
Yeah, it's way better. Okay. You want to move your anta?
Got it.
Do you guys mind shifting a little bit as we? There we go. I can get to the side.
In the trees.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. All right. So, with that, no final appealable action will take place at this meeting. Project compatibility findings. Oh, I read all that. Okay. So, welcome. If you would introduce yourselves for the record, we'll go to staff if there's any comments, and then you'll have 15 minutes or less if you want to present, and then we'll go from there. All right. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Jeff Shelton, architect.
I'm Maddie Shelton with Jeff Shelton Architect.
And James Carson with Jeff Shelton, architect.
All right. Welcome.
All right, we're ready?
No comments from staff at this time. Thank you. I'll turn it back over to the applicants.
Okay, thanks for seeing this project. Our client came to us. It's a Santa Barbara family, has owned this lot for years. We've all seen it, vacant lot. And they finally want to develop a place for them to live. And also their business is running small hotels, boutique hotels. And so the idea is to have their residents, an ADU, and 8 boutique hotel units. They also wanted to keep it around 10,000 square feet, no bigger. So we did the best we can. We're under 9 net, about 11 gross right now. So that was actually the most difficult part of this project. We got let's go to a site plan. Or the survey, the next sheet. Yeah, survey, as you're probably aware of the lot, it slopes up towards the back, 13 feet. And you can see that on this lot, the situation we have. Slopes down to Garden Street. It's it's in one of these zones that had small little houses, and now it's zoned commercial, and we're here to deal with that. Next, please. Okay, these are views from the site. They show we have a 4-story building, and we'll show you in the model in a second. We have a 1-story cute little house right next to us. We've met with that owner a few times. Then across from his house is that 4-story building, and El Jardín, another building, is right next to that. The Antioch building is to the south. To the back, you see the shed here. The shed is part of another project, a shed and parking lot there sitting in the back. Let's go to the next. Yeah, there's the neighborhood. It sort of marches up the street. Pretty big buildings, a lot line to lot line. And then the street, and then the whole lot keeps on going up towards up Cannon Perdido. So all the buildings get higher and higher, even if they stay the same size. So sort of an odd lot. We had the same problem with El Jardín, what to do. Here's a concept site plan, and we're going to switch over to a color one in a second, but this has some, maybe some more information on it when we get back to it. But this shows our basic site plan we're suggesting, shows the little house right next to it, and a little garage up at the street. Let's go to the color one, because it just reads better. And get that a little bigger here. So the idea here is to, how do we treat the street? We're at a big commercial area. We want to have a commercial building on the street, have an old hotel, let's say, and so we came out to the street, and then we started stepping it back. And stepping it back, we talked to the owner with a little house he might develop someday, sort of give him some room to kind of sneak a view out towards the southeast there. Don't know what he's going to do or if he'll sell the lot. But we shoved it back a little bit. We're trying to keep this palm tree if we can. It's a fantastic old palm tree. Then we shoved the garage back 20 feet as requested. And we have one of the hotel units sitting right on the street right here. The idea is to come to drive into this site. The garage, the private garage, is right on your left there, and we go all the way back to the 8 required parking spots for the hotel. One per room. Transportation's looked at it and likes what we got going. Now you see these two, we ended up having two buildings, basically two buildings. They're really pushing to keep them separated like that, mainly just for light and having some break. And you can see that on the model. If we could really keep that open, that's what we've been fighting for. That's still on the table. We don't want to give that one up. We wanted to separate the two entrances from the hotel into the private residence. Maddie, can you point out where those are? On the ground floor. There is a hotel, and private residence is up these stairs. On the second floor of this project, we have 3 hotel rooms in the main building, and then 1 ADU unit, the yellow unit there. And these are all connected with this hallway that's open to the air, very kind of indoor-outdoor passageway. You go across a bridge, if you want to get in this way, to the little casitas in the back. And I just threw those together, having fun, throwing odd shapes together, trying to make some fun spaces you could want to stay at, sort of forcing awkward choices and seeing what we can get out of it. But basically, it's four rooms, very simple, very clean, no kitchens, maybe a 5-foot kitchen or whatever we're allowed, and a little outdoor space. And they all have their own private spaces. And from there, we exit. As you can see, the exits can go down both sides, back down to that ground floor, and out separated as required out to the street. Let's go to the next level. Next level on the right, the blue, you finally go 3 floors and get up to your main residence, which is where my client will live. And you can look down on the casitas down below. And then there's a roof deck, which is going to be our open yard space. It's over 1,100 square feet. That would be open yard for the private residence. Now, the issues here are a number of issues here, but I guess we can look at the model now.
And commissioners, feel free to come around here too.
Hand me the little house first.
And City TV, if you're still with us, if you can turn the camera down away from this nice gentleman in the audience toward the model. Thank you.
Yeah. So, it's right here. Yeah. So what we have is just one of these cases of, here we are in a rezoned area, and this is just being rented, this is being rented out now by the owner. The owner's might be talking tonight. I don't know if he's calling in or if he's here. But he rents this out right now, and we had talked about developing this lot if he needed to, and what you would be doing. If you're an architect, how would you develop a lot that's only 32 feet wide and 62 feet long? We're going to show you some development in a second. But this is what we're sort of dealing with, and how can we, I can't recommend to my clients to put, step back and put windows here when someone else can come in. And this is a bit bold, but we all know the fear of something happening, of where are we going to go? I will not recommend my client to just put windows right here for this. I'd rather give this person something they can safely build up to, whether they shove out or step back, but this gives them this fair view, this other building's right here. Now, this is a bold thing to put here, but I've done that in front of all my buildings, trying to give clients good choices. Now, I think some of these things that are, in my experience, remarkable, that just doing this is going to help you guys later. You know, this development down here, you know, who knows what's going to happen back here, but it really gives this whole lot open area later on. Maybe nothing ever happens there, but I imagine some people will eventually build as they do. So I think this is remarkable that this client will sort of play this game of making this little hidden village here and underdevelop that in many ways. We had developments that took a lot more square footage. So that has been very fun to do. Now, just mentioning these trees over here, those are on the other lot. Yeah, the lines up here. I don't think we all knew that, or the owner even knew it. I think they thought those were their trees all these years. So do we know what an arborist would say? No, I don't know that. We have not asked that of us building right next to those trees. We love those trees there, and hopefully can keep those trees. So I'm not sure what that situation, you know, I don't know, I'm not sure what trouble we're saying, but we do like those trees there. They're a eucalyptus type. I'm not.
We hate eucalyptus.
I'm
down with eucalyptus.
I'm not sure the type, the species. And then another thing we did was this. We played with this front here, and the idea was to get my client's living area right here. That's their kitchen, and separate it from this future. I imagine this person would want an outdoor area here too, similar. This sort of gives us some built-in privacy protection that would avoid some fights like maybe I had on a building on Equestrian. It's sort of like we're going to put that wall in first, and these people can work around it. That's planters. We have not gone that far, but you can see what we're allowing for places for stormwater management, and suggesting big planters, make 4-foot planters for trees, 2-foot planters for other stuff. You know, I haven't got that far, but we've got this huge concrete podium that will give us, and only putting one story on it. So we have a lot of choices back there. Did I miss anything grand here, Matty? Oh, no, elevations. Oh, yes.
Yeah, you still have.
Yeah, let's go to the elevations. I mean, this
model's so fun that.
Yeah, you can look at the elevations.
And this,
What's that?
this one.
That's the other property.
Yeah,
right?
I know.
Yeah.
But
Oh, okay.
Let's go to the elevations. I forgot. We have this big pink building here.
yeah, the scary.
Yeah, this is not quite that bright, but, so here's a building that, first of all, the owner's, wants color. And I say, yeah, well, it's El Pueblo Viejo, well, I don't know where we're going to go with this, but we do have a history of pink buildings in this town, and we have a sheet we're going to show you in a second. Not this pink, but the idea is here we're in this little this low area. It's kind of dark down there. I thought it would be a great place to get a little life coming down the street. We have white buildings around it. Sort of play. We're off, three blocks off State Street. It's just a fun little district. It's got a new hotel across the street. It's got a great hotel up the street. The pink is just a direction we could go with that to keep it interesting. I know white works, by the way. White's gonna work, and it works. The tile shows, it makes tile choices and other color choices much easier. I understand that, but I do want to explore this a little bit. Let's go to the next. We'll see if we got it. You might have it.
The supplemental sheet, if you hover over the Adobe icon, you'll see a couple of other documents available.
Okay, there's some pink buildings. We've all, I don't know if everyone's been around long enough for that. I remember the Korea Hotel there that was pink at one point. I've showed Lotus Land. It is not in our district, but fine, great pink. The Mission has a lot of pink on it, and pretty bright pink. I was surprised how bright that is. The building, I forgot the name of this building. Historians on what is this? Anacapa and Ortega. Fantastic building that was pink my whole life. I think it was originally pink. It has gone white since, and of course, Meridian Studios, nothing as good as that. So I want to, and I understand pink might, we're just talking about color. I'd rather talk about the architecture, but pink's on the table for me until it's not.
Okay. And does that conclude your
Do we have
presentation?
anything else? Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Great. All right. With that, let's open public comment.
Thank you. I have 2 speaker slips at this time. So first we'll have Lang Sly, followed by Sean Kiles. But if anyone else in the room would like to speak in person, you can fill out a speaker slip along the wall and bring it up to me. But Lang, you will have 2 minutes to speak, starting now.
This is on? Yeah? Yes. Hi, I'm Lang Sly. I live on the 300 block of East Cannon Perdido, so I'm within a couple hundred feet of this, of the proposed site, although we don't have direct sight lines to this. And we're familiar with, I guess, at least 3 of Mr. Shelton's designs along here, along Garden Street. And I find them interesting, whimsical, and joyful to look at, but not Santa Barbara historical. So my only comment is that I'm wondering if it could be the public face along Garden Street could be a little more along the Santa Barbara historical lines for our El Pueblo Viejo district, and a little less whimsical. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Next we'll have Sean Kiles.
Good evening. I'm the gentleman that owns the little house next door, and that's been talked about. It's a 1920s Craftsman, about 950 square feet. And my concerns are not having the project built at all. I think Jeff's a very good architect. Certainly, he does have his own style. Not so sure about the pink personally, but that's not a major deal to me one way or the other. The bigger problem for me is, at this point, I don't have any intention of selling my house nor building immediately. And the way the building that he's proposing goes, it blocks basically 100% of daylight on the south side of my little one-story Craftsman. And I think that that's not a good way to go, because that'll make my property somewhat of an eyesore, number one. Number two, it will remove value on my property for that little house of probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 or 20%. And I do believe I'm entitled to some sort of solar access on my property, because it's not going to be terribly helpful for the renters that are in there. And again, I'm happy to see the project next door built. It's been a long time and a lot of cleanup on that property, a lot of weeds on that property. And so I'm all for the development of it, and I'm all for Jeff doing it. But in my particular case, I do think it's going to adversely affect my little house. And if I was to build something in the future, then possibly we could look at some sort of way to not impact his property that they're developing now. And also, I guess I would ideally like some sort of setback on that side, maybe 5 or 10 feet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I don't have any more speaker slips for in-person public comment, so I will move to virtual participation. First, I will have Casey Newton, and then followed by Bella Nuss. So if anyone else would like to speak, raise your hands at this time, and I'll add you to the queue. But we'll start with Casey Newton. I'm giving you permission now. You should be able to unmute.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, if you could talk a little closer to the microphone, you're a little muffled.
Yes, how about this? Good evening, my name is Casey Newton. I'm the owner and developer that Jeff mentioned. I am a Santa Barbara native. I did graduate from Santa Barbara High School. Various members of my family have lived in Santa Barbara since the early 60s. And I left Santa Barbara after high school for college, served in the military, became a war veteran, and to date haven't returned except as a visitor. But Santa Barbara has always been my home at heart. So this project, in many ways, to me and my family, we have a lot of fond memories of the property. It's symbolic, it has a long heritage within the family business. And we plan to live there when it's complete. I'm grateful to Jeff and his artistic style and his team who's designed what I believe is honoring Santa Barbara's unique character. Our intention is to create something beautiful, something respectful, and something that's compatible with the neighborhood and the city's architectural heritage. Thanks for giving me this time, and I'll turn it back.
Thank you. And then last, we'll have Bella Nuss. I will give you permission right now. You should be able to unmute now.
Hi, I live across the street in the Laguna Cottages, directly across the street, and I welcome any new addition by Jeff Shelton, not just for the beauty of his work, but the whimsy, which adds so much to Santa Barbara. And my one concern was that row of trees, and it looks like they'll be staying for now, but my other big concern, and I don't know if this is part of your purview or if you're even concerned, but it concerns the realization of the project, which is the construction. When the Casa Riviera on the corner there was being redone for the last 3 years, the construction went on well into the evening till 8, often 9 at night, and on the weekends, Saturdays and Sundays. And sometimes the noise was unbearable for my neighbor friends. And I realize we are downtown, but we are also a pretty heavy residential area. So if just you folks could sometime keep that in mind. I don't know what can be done about it, but it was just really hard for those 2 years listening to all those banging and electric tools late into the evening and on weekends. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And with that, I don't have any more hands raised for virtual participation, and we did not receive any written correspondence at the time of public comment closure, so I'll give it back to you.
All right. All right, to the commission, then for questions. And again, I want to remind us that we're going to march along quickly because we are well over time right now. So for questions, just keep them brief and then we'll go into comments. This is for project compatibility. Let's see, sorry, this is concept only. And yep, all the project compatibility findings, development and plan findings, and alternative open yard design waiver findings will be required. So if there are thoughts on that as well, we can have those at least expressed. So, all right, to questions. Does
I have a
anyone,
question of staff.
Commissioner Lembeck?
The entire block is CG zoned. In other words, the small house that's there is the same zoning as the project before us.
I would have to check on the zoning for that. I only know the zoning for the parcel in question.
And actually, I'll add a question to that question in terms of, because it's related to what was some of the callers were asking about was solar access, or for what public comment was asking about. So for that zone, what are the solar requirements? Are there going to be solar requirements for, because for not casting shadows?
I would have to double check our zoning ordinance. I don't think solar access is the same in commercial zones as it is in residential zones, so we might not be able to guarantee solar access for the neighboring parcel, even if it is residential. But I would have to double check that in the zoning code.
Okay, then on other questions from the commission? Questions from the commission? All right. Seeing no.
I have a question.
Oh, yeah.
Is it possible that your rendered pink is deeper and more intense than your anticipated pink?
Yeah, it's the, always on that screen, it just kills us. So, and it's different on our screen. So the pink is just getting us into pink, and there's a lot of pinks.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, so let's roll into comments. So let's make our comments, especially based on the fact this is for concept review. And then, actually, let's get a little more clarification on the alternative open yard design waiver findings. And so what is the alternative being proposed, and what are the findings that will have to be made for that? Is it that it's on the roof, or
Are you asking me? Yeah.
different
go to the
shape?
roof plan.
Anyone that knows.
Here. This, on the roof there, that's, we're just going with the required area. It's in here, 1,100 or something like that. And it's the 15% one option we get on that. And that's it on the roof. And it's easily accessible, which is one of the requirements. You just go out the kitchen door and straight up, and it's got an elevator to it also.
Okay. Great.
So, Mr. Chair, just to follow it, so that requirement is only for the owner's unit, not the rest of the development?
That's correct.
And the ADU, or no? No, ADU doesn't
No.
have it. Okay. All right. So let's roll into comments then. Who wants to kick us? Oh, Commissioner.
What about, excuse me, thank you. What about the solar issue?
Oh, yeah.
That's-
So it's sounding like we don't have, this is for concept review, so we haven't had this thoroughly vetted. I think what we should probably do is say the basic statement of it needs to comply, obviously, with the zoning and the solar access, whatever that might be. And to the public commenter, as long as they're not asking for a modification, we're not where we can't weigh in on it because it's meeting the zoning requirements for whatever the parcels are. So that's where I think we should probably basically make the stance. That way we don't have to figure it out, and it's also, unless it's a modification that they're asking for that's an exception, then we don't need to even weigh in on it.
I would agree with that.
Okay. All right. So, so now we will have to make project compatibility findings and development plan findings. Can you actually speak a little bit more about what the development plan findings would be?
Yes, if admin can switch over to So these are the development plan findings that you would need to make for approval. Let me just and then you could also apply conditions of approval as well. So I'll give you a moment to look those over and read them. So it's just regarding the amount of non-residential square footage that they're adding to the lot. They're adding less than 3,000, so they do not have to go to Planning Commission for the development plan, which leaves the HLC as the deciding body for the development plan findings.
And a quick, Mr. Chair, quick. Do we have to make all of the findings, or one of the findings, or any combination of the findings?
I believe it is all of the findings. And then I'll go to this page right here. These are potential conditions of approval that you could apply to the project if you make the development plan findings.
Okay. And so I'm assuming that if this is for concept, so we may not want to even go here for some of them if we're not, if it hasn't been vetted through planning.
Correct. You don't, because it's a concept review and it is not going to either Planning Commission or the staff hearing officer, you don't need to comment on those findings at this time. However, if you do find them supportable or don't find them supportable, you can absolutely include that in your motion at this time.
Gotcha. Okay, good point. Okay. Okay, so let's go. Why don't we, who wants to start us off with comments?
I'll go.
Commissioner McClure?
I think I agree with the first speaker that it's interesting, but it's it's too whimsical for EPV in terms of form and color. And it seems very program aggressive, and I think that's what makes it come at us so hard. So from the street frontage.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yep. Commissioner Butler?
I think it's a wonderful design. It's beautiful, it's playful, doesn't fit. Doesn't fit in the area. I walked up and down Garden Street, the hotel that you referenced right across the street, that's much more Spanish style. So I really like the design. It's playful, it's beautiful. I think the scale is great. I think it'll work. But I don't think the character, the actual design fits the neighborhood or fits the EPV. It needs to be toned down. The color, no. Pink, no. Domes, maybe not. Again, I think it's just trying too hard. And it's not reflective of the EPV that we see in our Spanish colonial traditional style architecture. So,
Pardon my brief interruption. I just wanted to, if, I'm so sorry, if admin could switch over one more time. I just, in response to Commissioner Lenvick's question about the zoning of the area, I just wanted to pull up this map very quickly, just so you could see kind of how the zoning is laid out in the area. So as you can see, most of the block, or the block that it's on is all CG, but then you get into the residential multi in this, I don't know why I'm using my finger, in this area right here, just one block over. So that was something that I just wanted to get an answer for Commissioner Lenvick on that. And then I did review our application completeness letter for this item, and we did not make any corrections for or requests for solar access calculation. So I believe that means that we're not requiring solar access for the neighboring parcel, but I will confirm that with zoning when the next meeting comes.
Okay.
And with that, I'll turn it back over to
Great, thank you.
the Commission.
Thank you for that additional info. Commissioner Jordan?
Yeah, I'm the raving liberal on the panel because I can appreciate the design. And I think that there are other projects by the same architect on the same side of town, so that I do find some presence for it. I do have, that said, I'm conservative enough to say that one of the findings is it will not have an adverse impact on the community's aesthetic or character. I think the color begins to have an adverse impact when the rest of the street is white. So I think that it can enrich the aesthetic character of the neighborhood, in my sense, again, because there are other buildings nearby by the same architect. But I think that the color pink is a color too far for me.
All right. Vice Chair Willie?
Yeah, you're probably going to be shocked about my comments. in my opinion, if this building were closer to the core of EPV, then you would have the same comments from me that I've commented on all of Mr. Shelton's work, and that is it doesn't fit. However, we're not in the core of EPV. We're along a fringe of it or off of the main path. And so I like the building. I know, you're shocked. I like it. I like how playful it is. I think it fits along Garden Street or along the periphery of the core of the EPV. I'm also not afraid of the color. I know that I told you you were going to be shocked by my comments because normally I'm quite negative about this architect's work. But I'm not afraid of the color. I just might suggest that it not be as bold as your rendering. There should be color. We shouldn't be afraid of color, to echo Commissioner Insberg on color. We shouldn't be afraid of it. So I think it's supportable. I don't find that the project is developed to its legal envelope of developable area. And I like the fact that it's playful. So, there.
All right. Commissioner Lemick, you want to go?
Well, I don't have anything to say.
You have to turn your microphone on if you're going to not say anything.
I think that the scale, the massing, the movement of the parts are completely acceptable and appropriate in EPV. I think it maybe is the details, the swoop parapets or whatever. It's the details which have taken us and made it maybe controversial as complying with EPV. But I think from the standpoint of all the parts that I see, if you were in with conventional parapets and moldings and whatever, it would be perfectly fine. So it maybe toning down is something that would be a comment that you might want to make regarding it. But other than that, I think that it's a wonderful job of putting all the pieces together and making it livable and comfortable, and it'll fit into the block, but it's just a little bit exuberant in its detailing right now.
All right. Commissioner,
I can go.
Lodge?
Oh, well, I can.
Let's march down. Commissioner Lodge, go ahead.
Okay.
I concur with Commissioner Lenvick.
Okay. Commissioner McClure?
No, I already went.
Okay.
You went first. Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you for this great presentation and the fabulous model. It really helps us to understand it very well. So thank you so much for your always great work. Where were you 2 weeks ago when we were talking about Milpas? And I was talking about we needed this special poetry for Milpas, like more color, more kind of, that vibe. So I guess what I'm thinking about, what's coming to mind for me is that, I'm thinking about all of our different areas. We have EPV, we have the Funk Zone, we have Milpas, we have De La Vina, all Upper State, all these different areas that we're trying to give their own character, where they can not be just all one thing, but so that they have a flavor that you know you're in a different district, so to speak. And I know like the Presidio is working right now on creating their own little district. So and you mentioned this yourself about, white works because it also just so beautifully accentuates all the colors, and we see that on, all of your projects. So I feel like for this place, even though I understand what Commissioner Uli is saying, I still think it's still close enough to EPV that the white is more appropriate, and then, you can do the details all work. I think that you're doing exactly what we've been asking people to do, which is to make their own put their own thumbprint on something so that we know that it's not just a cut and paste from the courthouse, that it's something unique. And certainly your work is very much that way. We always know it's you. So I think, keeping it white in this particular location with the colors as you always do makes more sense to me. And that over in these other areas like Milpas, I'd love to see this pink over there. I think you can have some pink, but when you look at the pictures that you showed us, even the mission, it does have kind of a pinkish cast to the body, and then it has stronger pink on the towers and on the columns. So if you wanted to do something like that, but I think it would be most appropriate in the white with the colors of all the other details. I feel the most that would be the most appropriate and most beautiful there. And then I'll just say one other thing, that I really like the program and how you've done these cute little casitas or in the back. I think they'd be super fun to stay in. Maybe you could do where you don't see it from the street. Maybe you could do some colors back there. So those. And otherwise, I do agree with a number of the other comments from the other commissioners, but I think it's a very exciting project, and thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Drury.
Yes. So, I can't read my writing. Wait a minute. I think pink is supportable if it's a pale earthy, maybe a red oxide lifted with white. So it's got some earth in it. I think I would like to see an effort made to be a good neighbor policy invoked, so you can speak to your neighbor and see if there's a way to relieve some of that shadow. You're not. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, those are my comments. I like the project. Besides that, thank you.
Okay. And then I'll wrap up with my comments, and then we'll see where we can go from there. So the only thing I want to add as a major comment is the front here, this part poking out. So in the plan, you can kind of see it poking out. And that corner with the sidewalk intersection, there's, it's not a fair comparison, but there's a building on Haley that's being built right now between, is it Santa Barbara and maybe, I don't think it's as far as Garden, but anyways, it's on Haley. The left side as you're going towards Riviera after State, and it disrespects the street frontage by slightly skewing. Now you full on 45, all in, which I think is more like a Meridian Studio move, where you're getting pure north light with your windows by turning on the 45 because Santa Barbara's on the 45. But unlike Meridian, which has that wall that then modulates between the street and doesn't disrespect the street because it has that strong wall that's short enough and scalloped and whatever, and then steps back in 45s at that point. That, I think, is one of the weakest part of this design, I think, right now, just because of the way in which it addresses the street on a 45, this is a minor building and shouldn't be, in my opinion, breaking that street grid and going forward unless you're this big celebrated special building where you can change from the grid. So I know that piece is reworkable. I'm sure you can do it no problem, but I would be very strongly against that portion of this project, which is a very specific portion. I think your overall design is incredibly masterful. It's wonderfully designed. I agree with most of the commissioners' comments who are basically saying, which one of the public speakers said, the equivalent of, do a mullet, business up front, party in the back, put your colors back here, have your fun back here, and maybe be a little more less ornamented and less colorful on the front building and front facade, especially of the front building. And I think I would be more supportive, which I think would tie it to a little more EPV, and then this could even have a little bit more fun where I think you've almost done the reverse. This is toned down because it's this one story, little toned down casitas, and then you've had a lot of fun up front. And so maybe there's a shifting of that, and then as the number of arches and openings and types and detailing on the front gets minimized and just sort of minimized down to 50% or whatever it is, then I think some of that excitement can also come on the inside and be totally appropriate and fine, and not as El Pueblo Viejo front version. So that's my take on it. I think we've kind of heard all a range from, and the pink, I would go on the earthy, potentially way toned down, so maybe a softer salmon or something, but like I could see something closer to Lotus Land or that sort of soft pink being much more supportable and having a variation that doesn't like jump out at all the neighbors and, pick a fight. And so that for me, that's where I think there's a range of opinions as well as to how pink's supportable or where you'd get on that. Obviously, white is supportable, which is the model is wonderful and seductive in that way, but the elevations are way too strong for my taste.
I'm not sure how Ricardo Ligarato, the Mexican architect, how he would have maybe handled panels of color as opposed to a whole facade of color. And that may be an example you want to go to.
And could I add one thing too? Because I think, you've got, it's not just the pink, but then it's everything else. Because you've got the tile and I'm the stripe person around here. Next to, can't even carry a candle to you. But I am a stripe person, but I think once you have all of those things, it's like, we'll pick one, either do the pink and then play everything else down, and you could do black and white. Or you do, or the other.
Okay.
Anyway,
So,
I wanted to add that too.
Okay, so I think that because we've had a wide range, one thing I do want to touch on real quickly is all I heard in general for the mass bulk scale, at least at the big picture level, I didn't hear any strong opposition to where this is going, mass bulk and scale. So I'm reading that. Okay, great. So, and I think.
Your point about the.
Yeah, except for that's a finessing of an element, but the overall mass bulk scale I think is supportable, which is a major piece, obviously, of the project and the way in which it's laid out, and then the functions and how things are going together. This is for concept only, so let me take a shot at summarizing our comments, seeing where we have agreement and a range of opinions, and then you can take all that, and then as you go for a full project submittal, you'll also find out some of the other details like the solar access and whatever, the solar discussion portions. Okay. So first, the commission is grateful for your application and for your wonderful project and for your owner who is investing in this. And we do think this will be a wonderful project for Santa Barbara and for the area and for the model. Yes, actually, that gets its own separate bullet point. There you go. Thank you for the model. It is extremely helpful, especially with complex designs, which you are masterful at, especially with complex designs to really understand it at 10 times faster than everything else. So very much appreciated with the model, so we want to make sure to thank you for that. With the overall, I'll address the one comment up here. I don't know if other commissioners in general agree with that comment of the poking out, yes, or if others are not.
I'm fine with it.
Okay. Oh, sorry. So I'm not fine with it poking out at a 45. Others might be.
I have no problem with that.
Okay. So okay. All right. So there's at least a couple of commissioners are think the front corner that closest to the sidewalk at a 45 degree to the road that should be reworked so that it is more or it is parallel to the road as opposed to having a corner that's on 45 degrees to it. And then the majority feel that it is acceptable. Okay, the mass bulk and scale we find that in general are appropriate for the site and have been designed well, with the note that it is not as it could have been much more in terms of the intensity of the use of the site. And the next is encourage the discussions with the neighbor and any other refinements that might be helpful to the solar access of the neighbor, while noting that as it comes back the next time for review, to obviously comply with the solar, whatever the zoning solar requirements are. Just as a note to the public, for the construction noise issue, that's definitely not in our purview, and as well is in the city building department and others. That's how there is ordinance that requires construction to stop at certain times. So that's more of an enforcement of construction. Okay, the color. So there was the majority of the commission does not find the pink proposed acceptable, with some of the members thinking that if it would go to a more earthy, would be more acceptable of a more earthy pink and or lighter pink, and some with just recommending white. So there's our full range of color. Oh, go ahead. Oh, yeah. Okay, so then so then actually, let's tie this to the detail as well. Detail and ornamentation as well as color, that the front building, if everyone's agreeing with my comment because there was a number of comments of toning down not all commissioners said that they should tone down the detail and ornamentation on the front, but actually, let's do a straw poll. Who thinks more ornamentation in the back is fine if the front is toned down? As a general direction, like things that should go in that direction. Ornamentation, so all the swoops and frills and elements.
Can be okay. In my one vote would be okay if the building is subdued with white.
Well, I think that part of it is I guess we.
Pardon my interruption.
Yeah.
They just want to make sure that everybody's speaking into a microphone.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so I think for clarity's sake, 'cause we don't see that, all we see is everything ornamented and pink at the same time. We don't see one or the model shows it all white. The elevations show it all pink and all the colors. We're not seeing it in between, so I would be a little bit leery. They can come back and show us something in between if they think that that'll work.
All right.
But I also want to say historically that we've usually asked for things minimized on previous projects as well. And so I do want to make sure that I don't want to give direction like it could be fine, and then they come back and then it's not fine and we didn't say.
Right.
So
No, I understand. So what's the question?
so the question is, as a general direction, to minimize more the ornamentation on the front and color, and go and allow for the back has more freedom of ornamentation and color and can be more exuberant in its expression as a general direction.
So that's a vote?
That's a vote. So who would be up for that as a general direction? Okay. So we say at least the majority of the commission feels that more ornamentation and color towards the back is more supportable than towards the front, and to look at minimizing ornamentation and color on the front compared to what is currently proposed.
Just real quickly, those are the swoops are guardrails stolen directly from Sevilla. So it's instead of ironwork. So I thought I was toning it down, but I'm fine. I got it covered. No worries. I got it.
It could be, but then it's all of the things, right? So maybe it's 50% or 70%,
Yeah.
and then we can, yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
What was the vote?
That the majority think that toning down.
How many of the majority?
Yes,
that?
can we have everyone raise their hands nice and big so we can see?
Raise your hand if you think toning down in the front and allowing more exuberance in the back as the current from what's currently proposed.
All right.
Okay.
Majority.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And then I think the others might just. I guess. What were you? Why were you not thinking toning down?
I would say that what we saw was designed with a very aggressive pink, and that toning down the pink, moving it to a softer or a white would change the impact of the front. So that's why I'm willing to say, I'm willing to split those and say, if the front is less color aggressive, then the ornamentation may be acceptable.
It may be acceptable, okay.
That's why I'm willing to leave it open
That's my position
for
as
the
well.
architect to work on.
Okay,
I
so.
think it's fine as it is.
Okay, so then we'll say that, and put it this way, a number of the commissioners are concerned with the color and amount of detail and ornamentation. And so, well, especially, and let's say especially on the front. Okay, and I think would everyone agree that on the front would be the more serious end if there were a more serious end? If it
Yes.
does have it more serious, it might end up being uniform still, but if it is more serious, and which is fewer ornamentations and not as punchy color, it would be on towards the front.
The difference is, he gets paid by the hour, you don't get paid at all.
No, we're 38 cents an hour.
We do get paid.
It's 38
Okay,
cents an hour.
so, well, you've heard enough comments from us, so we'll move on. I think we got it captured. Okay, we already talked about mass, bulk, and scale, color, and, I think that it hits all the major ones that I have. Any other additional comments that we want to?
I'll make a motion for indefinite continuance with those comments.
Second.
All right, under discussion, any further discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I'll begin with Commissioner Drury.
Drury.
Commissioner
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg?
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik?
Yes.
Commissioner McClure?
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Dorden?
Yes.
Vice Chair Uli?
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, great, thank you very much, and thank you for the model.
Good luck with all that.
It'll be great. It'll be great. Yeah, exactly.
The edges are all of them taken off.
You know what you're doing.
I don't know about that. I told you it'd be a shock.
All right, yep. Okay, so we are on to item 6.
At 6 o'clock.
Yeah, 6 o'clock. Yeah, we're now, whatever it is, hour and 20 minutes late. Okay, so now we are on to native landscape, item number 6, discussion item, native landscaping pilot project in the 1200 block of State Street. City staff, in coordination with the HLC interim work group, is proposing a 1-year pilot project to introduce native and climate-appropriate landscaping within the ground-level planters on the 1200 block of State Street. This effort is designed to complement the recently approved brickwork pilot project on the same block and create a cohesive, attractive, and sustainable streetscape. The pilot proposes the installation of leafy green native plant species within the existing in-ground planters to achieve a consistent, homogeneous appearance along the corridor. To enhance the color and seasonal interest while maintaining compatibility with historic streetscape, flowering species are proposed for the stone raised beds. This landscaping and hardscaping approach aims to improve aesthetics, test maintenance needs, and inform future State Street design decisions. Staff seeks HLC's review of proposed plant palette, placement strategy, and overall design consistency, and requests the Commission recommend approval of the 1-year landscape pilot project for implementation. All right, so Historic Landmarks Commission to review and provide direction on the proposed 1-year native landscaping pilot project for the 1200 block of State Street and recommend approval of the project as presented. All right, so with that, so welcome. And I don't know if there's Renee or anyone, or Anthony or anyone from in particular wants to come up and be here, but we'll, so the way, and we'll give a little background for all the commissioners. So this Commissioner McClure, myself and Commissioner Ensberg, as the State Street Working Group, have been part of this process, and we thought it would be good at this stage, and we'll give you a little bit more info as to why, that it comes to full HLC, has a discussion. There's larger implications for other potential projects and potential ways of working as well, so we thought it was important enough that it comes to HLC and we get comments and direction as we're going forward. So that's sort of a little bit of the background. You saw this a year ago. where a version of this, a slightly different version, a year ago when this project started, they were reworking the paving on State Street, shrinking the planters, and then we formed the little working group to help out and to be part of that and to be able to be nimble. And now, through this process, it's also become a pilot project now, which, to sort of give a little background on that, pilot projects have been granted authority to the city administrator from city council to try out pilot projects on State Street, a variety of sources. So as a pilot project, it's supposed to be temporary, analyze, give you information and feedback, and inform future decisions as we go forward. So that's the sort of the idea of the pilot project, and now this has become a pilot project for testing out some plants. It's in conjunction with the Santa Barbara Botanical Gardens, which are all native of California, various regions, and they are working now with the city on this pilot project, as well as Friends of State Street, to keep all the things going. And so this is currently, as it's being set up, it's going to be a 1 year and potentially extended as HLC feels it's good and is working, and we're learning from it, and we're happy with it. So the shift has been that as we originally worked through, as a working group worked with the city, and we got the brick now installed, and as things are continuing, HLC has seen some of this along the way as we've been reporting back to you. The previous selection wasn't a native selection. State Street is, as the street tree is no street tree. It's actually all the street all the street plants of Mediterranean. So State Street is the wide, full palette of Mediterranean. And so this is a testing of more native Californian, but also finding the ones that intersect with our Mediterranean environment as well, and that are and can be appropriate and are used within our plant palette. So it's trying to intersect the two for long-term sustainability goals as well. So there's a lot of pieces coming together, and the main shift in this is going to more native plants as opposed to the previous ones that had been part of, well, the previous design ideas that had been developed out of the working group. So we've been meeting with them and with the city and the various members. So did I summarize that pretty well with everyone? Close enough. Okay. And did I leave anything out with it? And this.
Could I add?
Yeah, please.
Thank you. Alelia Parenteau, the Sustainability and Resilience Director for the City of Santa Barbara. Thank you for having us. One thing I just wanted to add in terms of timeline, when we did meet with the working group, Commissioner McClure did request 2 springs and 2 summers to really see how the plants function on State Street. So I just wanted to point that out, and that we would come back within a year just to check in. How are we feeling about the pilot? Additionally, as Chair Grumbine said, this is really a convergence of many things happening within the city that is culminating in this great pilot project, including a state law requiring all non-functional turf grass to no longer be irrigated. And so we're looking around the EPV for potential native plant gardens, and this was a great first step where we could test out some of these items. Additionally, the Botanic Gardens is really pushing our local elected officials and community members to really pursue a 30 to 40% native plant planting to preserve biodiversity. So we thought this was a nice partnership with them to test out that theory. Just wanted to mention that.
Great. Thank you for all that additional notes. And then Commissioner Ensberg, did you want to add anything as well, as your sketches are up?
Well, the only thing I would, do we have the sheet 1 of 2?
So if you hover your mouse over the Adobe icon, you should be able to click on any of those.
That's the same one, that sheet 1.
It's not letting you click on it.
That you just were clipping.
Oh, there we go.
No, well, what I was trying to do was to get to sheet 1 of 2, because as Chair Grumbine said, it was a year ago that we, first got involved with, when we got Sarah Clark, who's right there, and Tess Harris came and, said that there was this opportunity to do something. And the other sheet that isn't showing shows kind of how it's this one. Yeah, there it is, right there. So that was showing the existing condition. I just wanted everybody to know that this was December 18th, and this was where we were back then. This was a pilot project then, it is a pilot project now, and this is what it was. And staff came to us and said, hey, can we do something? And so then this is how it was, and then we put together this little document, and then the other one, sheet 2, based on help, of course, from our landscape architect here. This was the, sort of simple, very durable, simple kind of a foreground, if you will, to the, because we as HLC think of the whole room, as it were, not just one little, one detail. So this is where we were, and then not to get into all the many changes that happened and the ideas that came out about having more flowering plants, which we were available every moment of the whole process to be involved and to give input. So what ultimately then in the last couple of weeks, as we had been waiting for input from the Botanic Garden, which we're thrilled to be working with the Botanic Garden, we landed on, and then you can, if you want to pull this up, whoopsie, sorry. This was the idea that was thrown out that we discussed together about here would be an idea of how to really sort of elevate the flowering plants by putting them raised up in these and more protected in these raised areas, and then do a similar, more durable, just dark green, similar to the Carissa Tomlinson, to replace that with a native that would sort of serve the same function. So that's what this idea is showing, and also including, signage that would describe these plants and have a little key to them so that you would be able, people walking along the street could go, oh, that plant, and they could do a barcode and they could know where to go buy it. And they would see a little garden like this and get some ideas for their own property. The other part was this little central thing with the pot with also the flowering plants in it, which could then be next to the actual business or the restaurant to kind of bring eye attention to those areas to enliven the businesses. And these could also have little, the little tags on them so that people would be sitting, eating outdoors, and they would see that and they could do the same thing, do the barcode. So that's kind of what I think we all talked about as a team, and I think that's where we are. If you have the pictures of the actual
and
plants.
Actually, just while you're on this, for the
Yeah.
little railing there, just as people know, so one of the other questions in all this, as the pilot project part, is are they going to get trampled, or are things going to, so are there going to be other protective barriers, or other things that they're going to need or not need, as the case may be, as we try to learn from this, so that longer term, there might be more cohesive State Street.
You need a place to tie your bike up.
Well, also, the other purpose
Don't make 'em too strong.
of these little guard things are, it's not just for the protection of the plants, that's why we want a more durable plant at that location where the dogs are coming along and everything else. But it's to also, when you have a brick sidewalk and then you're going into a chipped area, there's a differential. So if you can put a little guard around there, it gives people kind of a heads up, like, not to get into that area or potentially trip in that area. It also serves that purpose as well.
And then this is the...
This is the plant palette, as if we understand correctly.
That is correct, Commissioner Ensberg. Additionally, I wanted to add one concern sometimes with native plants is looking scraggly over time. And I do really want to recognize and commend the Friends of State Street. They have organized a battalion of ambassadors to both plant and maintain these plants during the pilot project. They've assigned the planters to a specific owner, if you will, to make sure that it's maintained. It's sort of a fun community event. And so I just wanted to assure you that we have maintenance and beauty at the forefront of our minds and want to make sure that this pilot works. And so we're very cognizant of that. We want to order extra plants to make sure they're ready to change out if needed. And so we are aware of that.
Thank you.
All right, and so I think in general, that's kind of a decent summary of the presentation. We can go to public comment, and then we'll come back to the commission. So let's open up to public comment. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, yeah. All right, anyone in the room?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. At this time, I don't have any speaker slips for in-person public comment for this item. If anyone would like to speak, you can approach the podium. But I'm not seeing any movement, and I'll move. And then I will move to virtual participation, which we do still have a couple participants online. If anyone would like to speak, you can raise your hand at this time. But I am not seeing any raised hands. And we did receive written correspondence from Eric Cardenas and Sharon Rich, and I'll give it back to you.
All right, so back to the commission, and I want to say one more thing on this, is that I also want to appreciate the city and what we're trying to do here with as we and one of the discussions that we had previously leading up to this was the Italian stone pines, right? And also the bee cycle and various other things that over the last number of years, even before COVID, were where there was a lot of work being done, and there's a lot of different departments and a lot of different priorities, right, that are coming from the city and within the city and trying to figure things out, and then coming to HLC and having that either running into things or issues or that with and us feeling that way for a number of the projects. And I am I've been very impressed and hopeful with the way the city is integrating with this project now, with seeing it as pilot and also seeing it as getting us involved early in that discussion. And I think that will be a very easy way of accelerating a lot of the things and a lot of the bumps and turns that have happened before. And so I'm very hopeful of this mode, knowing that part of it is, and my main concern was making sure that we're actively thinking about, as we think about sustainability and all these other things that are competing, are going to be competing interests, making sure that we also find the design solutions that are appropriate for EPV. And as they will change, because it's a design district, we can change things. And as we change them to more native, if we're going to go more native, but that are incorporated into things that we have already established as our design criteria. So I think that's, as long as we're very quick up front with all these discussions, I think it can eliminate a lot of the frustrations on all ends. So I want to thank the city for that as well. Okay, so to the commission for discussion.
Didn't you go to public comment?
We did go public comment.
Really?
Yeah. It's late. Okay. Yeah, Commissioner Jordan.
Blood sugar is low.
Question, and then I have a comment for later. But my question is about the letters we received. And there seemed to be some confusion. I didn't understand what those letters were addressing. There seemed to be a complaint in there. If I'm remembering it correctly. Somebody was concerned about the city stepping back or the botanical garden being cut out of the process, and I just didn't understand what that was about. And I may have misread the letters. I read them very, very late before this meeting.
Yeah. The botanical garden stepping up, I think
Commissioner Drury?
Jordan.
Jordan. Thank you for the question. So we did have, Friends of State Streets have scheduled the planting, and they had originally scheduled it for December 6th. But when the working group in the city reconvened, we decided it was very important for us to come here to full commission and that we would push the planting, but they don't want it to go too long.
Yes. Okay. So that was.
That's a schedule issue.
Yeah.
It's not a relationship issue.
And what I think that is addressing is not wanting us at this meeting to push it off till January and then do something else.
It's a scheduling issue, not a relationship issue. Got it.
Yeah.
And if I can add, that was precisely the reason why we worked as our work group very hard last week to have meetings that were necessary to get HLC included in the discussions and to express the ideas that we had not been able to express, so that we could and get it on this agenda today with these sketches that are very sketchy sketches, but anyway, so that we could get that to happen and so that we could move it all forward and keep, not delay. So that was
Another question, which is just for clarification. do I understand that one of the goals is to introduce a certain percentage of native plants?
So that's a city
Where did I
goal,
hear-
as I understand
Yeah,
it.
where did I hear
Yeah.
20 to, I mean, I heard a number.
Yeah.
And that's what,
Well, and that's, I think, part of the importance of like intersecting all these conversations very quickly because there, I think that's citywide. And then there's also, and I gave the other example of the lawn for Plaza de la Guerra that I voted, was the only one voting for, and I'll keep bringing it up, because if there's one lawn that the city has, it should be right there. But no, I didn't think it was super amazing, historic, and like this incredible feature, but I did think that we shouldn't get rid of it because it was so special for the city as a, if anyone's gonna have a lawn, it should be the city hall. But hey, that's an example where we need to have those discussions earlier on and have strategies for how to get all the things to work. And
You could probably have that lawn if you came down on Saturday to mow it.
or actually, I had to come down on Saturday to water it.
so those are my questions. I
Okay.
have a comment, but those are my
Okay. Okay, so unless there's any other questions, and this is more of a discussion for us, and then an action. And it is late, so if we can jump out if there's anything that's obvious that we're not talking about. Otherwise, if it is.
What are we going to vote on?
So,
Native or not native?
so approval of a pilot project for 1 year to come back to us for us to review. The suggestion by Commissioner McClure was that it really should get 2 seasons, or sorry, yeah, before it gets finalized, yes or no, thumbs up, thumbs down to keep it. As a pilot project is inherently supposed to be about trying it out, understanding things, learning, and then using that to inform whether you totally change it or not. But for our sake, it's to come back here on 1 year and and as long as we're okay with it then, to continue it on for 2 seasons and then make a final decision as to what we think about it.
Could I ask a question on that?
Yeah.
I would imagine that we would be more involved. I mean, I'd like to be watching it, in the next few months, and just how's it doing and how's it going? And
give her a
Considering it's State Street and we have a
Give
State
her a
Street.
plant.
we can do that as a work
I
group.
think we can report back as
So-
part of our regular thing.
Right,
for anyone that's.
I'd like it to be
Yeah.
not like, okay, it's a year now. I think we should be watching it. And
So I think as a pilot project, the idea of it being agendized for a year from now to have a discussion, that makes it simple. The working group can report back as just part of our group, but we can't have a discussion and vote and whatever in that just reporting. So we need to have it agendized, yeah. And so that's the motion would be
And, excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt, and we can also, of course, dialogue with our team here anytime, so that if we're saying, oh my gosh, we're seeing this or that, then we're in the loop, we're talking together, and we're hearing from you, and, so that it's a mutual, and, I mean, it even says here that HLC members will assist for design build process during the work. So, we have always been totally available and wanting to be involved. So the work group would do that, but
And Commissioner Ensberg, as I mentioned, there's a number of sites that we're starting to look at for similar treatment that we would expect the working group to continue. So I think that dialogue will very much be happening.
I have just
Yes,
a
Commissioner Butler.
dumb question. Was there consideration about lighting as well? I didn't hear that come up, but maybe I missed it.
No. Electric lighting? No. No, don't say
It's
that
not,
word.
it's not part of this deal. Not
Yeah.
bicycle
And
racks
actually, just
or
for
any of that.
clarification, just so everyone
Just the
knows.
plants.
So just so everyone knows, this is more like the reality of this, so that we're all clear. This
Just
is more
garden.
like a school coming to HLC and asking for a courtesy review of something. Pilot projects are actually totally within the authority have been given authority from city council to city administrator to do these type of pilot projects without our permission. So this is more.
Then we're done.
Yeah, exactly. But so I think this is the great approach that the city is taking. I think it's the best approach because it gives both speed and efficiency without having HLC, getting all frustrated about all the things. So, but it just technically, it's like a school coming before us that goes to the state architect that actually they're just coming as a courtesy review. They want to listen to us. They want to take our advice, but it's not. It's an additional step for them. They don't actually have to do.
Okay.
So, okay. Commissioner Gordon.
I'm I'm very supportive of the native landscaping pilot project on the 1200 block of State Street because Spanish colonial revival architecture of downtown tends to, in character, to be asymmetrical and very informal. As a result, very formal kind of European landscaping geometric alleys are not appropriate. So the question is, what is the search? We're in a search for an appropriate landscape palette and design for downtown. And I think that native plants add a layer to the way we perceive and interpret how the built environment and the flora of this place coexist. And I think that's a positive. So I'm very supportive of the pilot project.
What he said.
All right, everyone good with this?
It doesn't require action, does it?
No.
For us, it does, because we're actually saying that we want.
That's the one before.
Oh, sorry, they're here. So it's review and provide direction. So it's provide direction, propose 1-year native landscape plan, and recommend approval of the project as presented.
So the direction is
Correct.
that
So,
way.
pardon my interruption through the chair to the rest of the commission. This will be similar to the first item that Mr. Hamilton Roll presented to you, where it'll just be commission comments because you're not making an appealable
Okay.
motion, but you can include as one
Summarize
of your
the com-
comments. We recommend approval.
Okay.
Okay.
So, and is everyone in agreement with the statement at the end recommending for a 1-year pilot project, recommending approval, and for everything to continue?
Yes.
Okay, great. As presented. All right. Awesome. Thank you very much. All right.
Well
Thank you
done.
all. Okay.
It's online.
Yeah. All right, and
next
we
item.
are adjourned.